See, good morning. It is 8:33, and I'd like to call the January board meeting. The script says October, so hopefully this is the correct script. Anyway, the January board meeting to order. As we begin our meeting today, please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet. So at any point, any of us, including some of you in the audience, may be visible to anyone watching online. Also, as a reminder, please silence your cell phones and computers. We have a full complement of our board today, so there's no need to excuse absences. I have an opening announcement. Last September, we lost a member of the coordinating board family when Dr. Rex Peoples passed away unexpectedly. Today, we're honored to welcome Senator Kurt Watson, who is joining us to present a memorial proclamation on behalf of the members of the Senate Committee on Higher Education to Rex's wife, Sandra, and his daughters, Natalie and Nicole. Senator Watson, Sandra, Natalie, and Nicole, please come forward. Just right there, and if you could press the red button so everybody can.
Great. Oh, okay. Well, I'll go with the podium. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Disregard the last instruction.
Yeah, please join me. Thank you. Well, Commissioner Keller, Chairman Stedman, members of the Higher Education Coordinating Board, as the chairman has indicated, it's my honor today to commemorate the life of an esteemed public servant who we lost, Dr. Rex Charles Peebles. I'm going to start off by saying that as someone who's back in many years ago served as chair of a board of a state agency that was one of those state agencies that I came to realize had almost a family sort of relationship, the agency itself. In my time in the Senate and my time, I think I've always been on the Higher Education Committee, served as vice chair at one point, so I've had great contact with the agency that we know as the Higher Education Coordinating Board. And it has always impressed me and actually touched me that the Higher Education Coordinating Board as an agency shared that kind of family relationship. So this loss is even harder, I think, for an agency that feels the way it does about each other. So it's my honor to get to play a role in honoring Rex. He had a notable career, as you know, as a leader in higher education. He served Austin Community College in various capacities, including as the head of the government department, the president of the faculty senate, and the college-wide dean of social and behavioral sciences. He also served as the vice president of instruction at Midland College. For the last 6 years, Rex served as the assistant commissioner for academic quality and workforce at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. As I pointed out, I've been a member of the Texas Senate Committee on Higher Education, so I was able to get the opportunity to work with him on various issues, including most recently on course credit transferability. His effort in this field will benefit future generations of Texans to ensure that they can progress through their degree plans in a more seamless and affordable way. It's the kind of work that students, people all over this state will maybe not know the name Rex Peebles, but their whole life will be impacted and changed because of the work of Rex Peebles. It was my pleasure to sponsor in a Senate proclamation in Rex's memory, and I ask and each of the members of the Senate Committee on Higher Education join me in this resolution. Over the years, we all learned from Rex's expertise, which helped us implement thoughtful and effective policies for our institutions of higher education. I'm going to stray and share a story that I shared with Rex's family a few minutes ago. Serving on the Higher Education Committee among senators, the senators sometimes come into those meetings and want to appear like they know everything. It shocks you, I know. That they're really smart, and they ask penetrating questions about the details of something. Rex was who always got called up to answer those questions. And what I shared with his family just a second ago was that I loved how he never was stumped. First of all, he was always so calm that his demeanor was such that it kind of diffused whatever it was you were talking about, because you just weren't going to fluster the guy because he knew the answer and you didn't. But the other thing I would say about it is that he knew the answer. And so you always got an answer, and it was done in such a way that it disarmed any of the efforts, any of the efforts that ego might have put forward. So I really enjoyed. I learned so much from him and got so much out of it. We're joined here today by his wife of 40 years, Sandra, and also by his daughters, Natalie and Nicole. These three were a source of great pride for Rex. And so on behalf of myself, the Senate Higher Education Committee members, and on behalf of the state of Texas, I want to extend all of our heartfelt condolences to Rex's family, to each of you, to all of his friends, to all of his colleagues. We're all better because we got to work and be friends with or be a family member of Rex Peoples. So God bless you all, and thank you for allowing me to be here to present you with this Senate proclamation on behalf of myself and the Senate Higher Education Committee. Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, Commissioner, thank you, members of the Higher Education Coordinating Board. I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you for giving me the chance to honor Rex this way, but I would be also remiss if I didn't say thank you for your public service. Thank you for what you do on behalf of the state of Texas in these very, very important roles. I deeply appreciate it.
Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Senator Watson. Yeah, that is so important that you did that. It was sudden and created a huge hole in the agency. If you look at in a broad picture of what the coordinating board does, I mean, this approval of degree programs, it's for, in one sense, as Governor Connolly said, efficiency, lack of duplication. But I think, what the coordinating board can bring to the table is making sure those degree programs get, vetted and improved, and the proposals come in and they have various iterations, and at the end of the day, the program, whether it's resources or the academics that lead the programs, really make those programs much better, and of course, as you say, for the students of the state of Texas. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for your service. God bless you.
Okay. I want to make an announcement about the U.S. Census. The U.S. Census Bureau will begin collecting data for the 2020 census in the next few months. Data from the decennial census will help shape the next decade for our state and our country. These data will be will become the building block for nearly all social statistics for the next 10 years, including our educational attainment goal of 60%. Right now, today, the census needs help with staff recruitment. Recruiting college students for Census 2020 is a national priority. These temporary positions will pay well and will add a unique line item to a student's resume. We urge institutional leadership to encourage students to apply at 2020census.gov/jobs. This is a chance to be part of history. The decennial census is required by the U.S. Constitution and is the largest mobilization of federal workforce in times of peace. So any institutions out there sort of can encourage your students to participate. They're very much needed. I'd like to introduce a new board member, that's Cody Campbell, co-founder of and co-chief executive officer of Double Point Energy LLC, a joint venture between Double Eagle Energy Holdings 3 LLC and 4 Point Energy. Double Point, headquartered in Fort Worth, Texas, is focused on acquiring and developing oil and gas interest in the Permian Basin. Double Eagle Energy Holdings 3 LLC was formed in 2017 following the successful sale of Double Eagle Energy Holdings 2 LLC to Parsley Energy earlier in 2017, and the successful sale of Double Eagle Energy Holdings 1 LLC to American Energy Non-Op LLC in 2014. That's good. So each fund was successful, and you were able to raise a new fund. As an investor, that's really important. That says a lot. Double Eagle has been one of the largest organic acquirers of acreage in the Permian over the past 10 years, having completed tens of thousands of individual transactions encompassing over 1 million acres and more than $5 billion in value. Double Eagle has a strong history of operational success in the Permian Basin, having run multiple horizontal drilling programs and having consistently achieved industry-leading benchmarks in well cost and well performance. Cody graduated with honors from Texas Tech Rawls College of Business in 2003 with a Bachelor of Business Administration and degree in Finance and Economics, and earned a Master of Science in Finance degree from Texas Tech in 2004. Cody was a 4-year football letterman at Texas Tech, was a multi-year starter on the offensive line, and received multiple All-Big 12 and academic All-Big 12 honors. After his college career, he spent just under 2 years on the roster of the Indianapolis Colts. Cody, welcome to the coordinating board. Would you like to say a few words?
I'm proud to be here. I appreciate, I'm honored to have the appointment and look forward to making a difference, and enjoyed getting to know all of you and look forward to working with you.
Well, likewise, welcome to the board, and enjoy. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Next item is agenda item 1B, which is committee appointments. Effective December 11th, 2019, I appointed Sam Torn as member of the Committee of Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, and the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success. Effective yesterday, January 22nd, 2020, I appointed Emma Swartz as Vice Chair of the Agency Operations Committee. Javed Anwar is a member of the Agency Operations Committee, and Cody Campbell is a member of the Agency Operations Committee and the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success. In addition to these appointments, effective today, remember the power grab that, I kind of made, like last year and, sort of put myself on all the committees? Well, now I'm removing myself as a voting member of the Agency Operations Committee, the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, and the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success. I will remain on all 3 committees as an ex officio member. And what's interesting is you go through, and the quorum math, it actually helps that I'm not on these committees. I never really understood, well, why would I be ex officio and not member of the committee? Well, it just helps because it reduces the quorum required for each committee, and I can always, if needed, appoint myself ad hoc to a particular committee. So those committee appointments have been made. Next item on the agenda is 1C, the commissioner's remarks. The commissioner will provide his remarks on some of the agenda items we'll be discussing today. Commissioner Keller.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted today to announce our new leadership team for the coordinating board. I've now nearly 4 months into my position, and I have to say I deeply appreciate the board, the members of the legislature, the institutions, and supporting my transition into this new role. I'm very excited about the work ahead. And an important part of that, I'm proud to announce our new leadership team who will be working with the board and with the institutions. We have some very experienced and deeply committed leaders who are going to be joining the team at the coordinating board. Several of them are here today, so I'll ask them to stand and I'll tell you a little bit about them briefly. So Ray Rodriguez, I see over there is... So Ray has over 20 years of experience in governmental relations, public policy, planning, program development in local, regional, state, and federal government. And he has been serving as Associate Vice Chancellor for Governmental Relations and the Chief Policy Officer for the University of North Texas System. Ray was also detailed to the coordinating board in my first 90 days to help facilitate my onboarding and transition as the acting chief of staff, and I'm delighted to announce that Ray has agreed to come on board as deputy commissioner and chief of staff. Lori Fye has worked around Texas public education and philanthropy since 2003 as a senior leader with the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation. So she was instrumental in the development of the Texas Student Data System for K-12 education. She also founded and led the EdFi Alliance, which is an education data standards effort that's aimed at streamlining school districts' abilities to make data useful for educators that's been picked up by multiple states. I'm delighted that Lori has accepted our offer to join the team as Deputy Commissioner for Data Analytics and Innovation. Ray Martinez has served since 2014 as the president and CEO of iCut, which is a membership organization here in Austin representing 42 private, nonprofit, regionally or nationally accredited institutions of higher ed. But many of you know Ray has a distinguished career in Texas higher education, was chancellor of Western Governors University, Texas, was in governmental relations with Rice University and with Texas A&M International, and was committee of the Higher Education Committee, was director of the Higher Education Committee in the Texas Senate. So Ray will be our new Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs and Workforce Education. Melissa Henderson has worked for more than 15 years in Texas public and higher education policy, and most recently she served as the Director of Policy for Educate Texas. She led Educate Texas's post-secondary policy work and oversaw the work of the Student Success Council. Melissa has agreed to come on board as our Associate Commissioner for Development. Liz Bolin has been with the University of North Texas System since 2005. So many of you have worked with Liz over the years. She's been the Director of Policy and Planning, working on policy analysis, engagement, and leadership. And Liz has agreed to join the team as Deputy Chief of Staff. There are a couple of other folks who are not able to be here with us that we're announcing today. So Leslie Hall from the University of Texas at Austin. She has worked for over 15 years on education practice, policy, and administration, and led a number of change initiatives, stood up new offices and practices around innovation and educational quality. And Leslie will be joining us as the Senior Director over our new project management organization. Amy Peterson, I don't believe is here with us this morning, but Amy has been around the Capitol for many years, served on the staff of the Texas House Committee on Appropriations for 2 sessions, and then directed the House Committee on Appropriations for 3 sessions, also served in the Comptroller's Office as legislative liaison, and currently is the director of the House Committee on Public Education. So Amy will be joining us as Senior Director for Strategic Finance Policy. A couple of other announcements I want to make. One is Dr. Stacy Silverman. So of course everyone in this room knows and really appreciates Stacy's work. She served since October as the interim assistant commissioner for academic quality and workforce, and we're announcing her permanent appointment as assistant commissioner for academic quality and workforce. And then I also wanted to announce that David Gardner and the executive team, of course, has a distinguished career at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and we've worked very closely over the years. David's role is going to shift to Deputy Commissioner for Special Projects, and in particular be spearheading our work on the next iteration of the GradTex initiative. So, board members, I'm delighted to be able to present our new leadership team to the board, and I'm excited about working with them, and I'm sure you'll appreciate getting to know them over the next several years. So thanks for the opportunity, and thanks very much to the leadership team. I appreciate your being here this morning.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the agency, and I think there is in certain parts a focus at the levels of high levels of state government, a focus on higher education, and I think this is a very exciting time, and of course with the leadership of the commissioner, I think the great things are ahead. So welcome to the agency, and that's good news. Thank you. Let's see. The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from previous board meetings. Do I have a motion for the approval of the October board meeting minutes? The motion by Mr. Raven, second by Dr. Farias. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hearing no opposition, motion passes. Do I have a motion for the approval of the December special called board meeting minutes?
So move.
A motion by Ms. Williams, second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hearing no opposition, motion passes. Next item on the agenda is the consent calendar for the entire meeting. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. Highlighted items in gray are the consent items on the agenda. I want to point out that our practice of putting most of the rules on the consent calendar, given the extensive vetting process that they go through. Of course, any board member can request an agenda item can be removed from the consent calendar, and that will give us the opportunity to discuss that item or items more fully later in the meeting. Does any board member want to add items to the consent calendar? Does any board member want to remove any agenda items from the consent calendar? Hearing no additions or removals, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Raven, second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Let's see. The next item on the agenda is the major policy discussion. We'll take this item out of order later in the meeting. We come now to the one of my favorite board meeting topics, and that's the recognition of excellence and innovation in higher education. As you know, Governor Conley's charge and the statute in the coordinating board is to be an advocate for higher education and to point out great success stories, and we have here one today. This item showcases models of excellence within education community and highlights the outstanding work of our education faculty and administrators and the outstanding institutional programs around the state. Today, we have the pleasure of recognizing for excellence Dr. Timothy Urban, Director of the TSGC Research and Research Associate at the University of Texas Center for Space Research. Dr. Urban will make a presentation on the Texas Space Grant Consortium and the NASA Design Challenge. Thank you for being here, Dr. Urban. Look forward to your remarks.
Thank you very much for inviting me. This is a pleasure to get to present to you about the Texas Space Grant and the Design Challenge program. So on a national scale, the Design Challenge was formed in 1989 by Congress, and currently it has a space grant in every single state, plus Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico. So each of those jurisdictions has a designated space grant college, and we are funded under the NASA Office of STEM Engagement, formerly Office of Education. This just also happens to be our 30th anniversary this year, and we're culminating celebrations in Washington, D.C. on February 25th this year. So join us if you happen to be in D.C. On the Texas side, so Texas was one of the first space grants to join the consortium. We have over 60 affiliate members. In total, the National Space Grant has over 1,000 affiliates. So we include community colleges, four-year universities, government, industry, museums, science centers, nonprofits. So those are all affiliate members. When Texas became part of the consortium, we were, in fact, granted 2 space grant designations, one for UT Austin and one for Texas A&M College Station. That's unique among the space grants. The director of Space Grant comes from UT Austin, that's myself, and the chair of our board of directors comes from Texas A&M. Right now, that's Greg Chamatov, former astronaut and professor of practice at A&M. The rest of our board members include Sally K. Janes, Associate Vice Chancellor from San Jacinto, Alan Bowling, Associate Professor at UT Arlington, Jim Smith, Professor at Texas Tech, and David Gardner of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. These are some of our key programs. We are a fellowship program in name, so we do provide fellowships to our affiliate institutions throughout the state. We give out about 20 $5,000 fellowships every year, and about 30 undergraduate scholarships. The fellowships are to graduate students. In fact, I was a recipient back in 1998, and I might not be here if it weren't for that fellowship. We also provide NASA internships to all of the NASA centers around the country. Those awards are up to $9,000 to support a student for a semester at a NASA institution. And we also have teacher professional development and K through 12 programs. Let me talk briefly about those before I jump into the undergraduate design challenge. So 2 of our flagship K through 12 programs are the SEAS program, STEM Enhancement in Earth Sciences. We have high school sophomores and juniors that get to work remotely with NASA Johnson Space Center engineers and engineers and scientists at UT Austin for the summer. They work for a few months remotely and then get to spend 2 weeks at UT Austin. We've expanded this program nationally, and we had over 600 applications for 50 spots this last year. Our Liftoff Institute is a professional development program for teachers. They spend a week at Johnson Space Center working on STEM and space curriculum. That program started in 1990, and our program manager for that, Margaret Baggio, she's been working over 30 years on this. She was recognized in 2016 as a recipient of the Alan Shepard Technology and Education Award by the Space Foundation. And finally now, the Undergraduate Design Challenge. So this is the program I am in charge of specifically. We get program ideas, challenge topics from NASA Johnson Space Center engineers, real topics that they are working on for the space station, for return to moon, for going to Mars. Teams around the state, undergraduate teams form a work team, 3 to 6 students per team, and they work 1 to 2 semesters on this project under the tutelage of a faculty advisor and a NASA mentor. At the end of every semester, we have what's called the Design Challenge Showcase. The teams get to present their work in poster and model form. They work on an oral presentation, and they're judged by our audience, so NASA, industry, education experts, give them feedback, and the teams compete for scholarships at that point. The top teams earn $1,000 per student for their work. Let me briefly go through a few of the top design teams we've had over the last few years. So Lamar University was the first team that won when I started the program in 2013. They actually came up with a sanitizing airlock for the International Space Station. So that means they developed a way to clean clothes. Right now, astronauts, if you're not aware, they wear their clothes for a certain amount of time and throw them away. So this team was tasked to come up with a way to clean them up in space without using any water, which is precious up there. So Lamar came up with an airlock that would use the vacuum of space to clean that. In 2015, UT Rio Grande Valley came up with a similar system, but using UV light to sanitize the clothes. Texas A&M Kingsville and Texas State in 2013 and 14 came up with designs for a Mars drill, so a way to drill into the surface of Mars, hopefully not get stuck, return the sample to the surface for later collection by a future rover mission. UNT was top team in 2015, 16, and 17. Their projects typically involved a lighting system. It's called the Intelligent Lighting Control System for the space station, where the circadian rhythm of the astronauts would be known, and the lighting system would adjust depending on what room they are in and what time of day it is. Texas A&M developed a 3D printed antenna for use in space. So for some reason your antenna was not working, you could 3D print a new one and attach that. Lone Star College has developed 3 different tools for 3 different projects. I'll speak about them in a minute. And Texas Women's University in 2018 developed a system for controlling lower back pain. That's the most common injury that astronauts get, and this system was a belt that they could wear, and it would electrically stimulate the muscles and relieve the back pain. This year they're working on a shoulder system that would actually tell you when you're overextending your shoulder before you actually do damage. So Lone Star College actually had a tool of theirs sent to the International Space Station now. So in fall 2017, they joined the Design Challenge program, and we added topics that were part of the Micro-G Next system. That's a NASA program, Micro-G for microgravity, Next meaning neutral buoyancy experiment, meaning they get to test in the large pool that they have at Johnson Space Center. So Lone Star went through our program, successfully passed the test to go to the Micro-G Next program, and in the spring of 2018 came on top on both programs. Micro-G Next let them further develop their tool. It's a zip tie cutter that astronauts use as they're outside the station. Had to be useful with all their heavy gloves and equipment on, where they would be able to use it, grab a zip tie on the outside of the station, cut it, and hold on to it so it didn't fly away and cause more space debris. So their project actually got launched. They got to see it launched last fall. It's actually being used now. So since 2002, the Design Challenge has had about 24 different schools around Texas participate, comprising more than 350 teams, 1,600 students, and I think most impressively, the ones we've tracked, 93% of them has stayed in STEM in their academics or career. So we are very proud of that program and all of our programs at Texas Space Grant. Thank you.
That's amazing. Okay, I've got to ask a question. I mean, how do the students know or understand the problem? In other words, how did you, well, I mean, I didn't ever thought about, well, clothes get dirty, so how do you clean them? Or, that lower back, pain is a problem. I mean, does somebody guide them with a list of problems?
Exactly, yes. So we get the list of topics from the NASA Johnson Space Center engineers, and they just find the problem for the students. And the students can be mechanical engineers, industrial, civil, biomechanical, electrical, computer engineering, computer science. We've had 24 different topics, 2 different majors work on different topics depending what their expertise is.
So all of the teams kind of compete on a single problem at a single time. Is that right, or do they?
No, we have about 14 to 30 topics every semester, different topics. So teams are working on anything from an oxygen sensor or a carbon dioxide sensor on the space station to a Mars habitat or a lunar habitat.
It's just fascinating because, one of the topics, I guess, in higher education, and look, my understanding is kind of a series of bullet points. Well, one bullet point in my mind is experiential learning, actually applying stuff you learn in the classroom to real-world problems. It has huge benefit for the students, both employability and just progress through the institution. I mean, this is perfectly tailored to that sort of experiential learning, right?
Absolutely, yes. Most of our teams are senior level capstone teams working on this project for a class, but we do have some that just do it as a extracurricular activity. We've had freshman teams, we've got community college teams that, as you've seen, have been very successful.
Yeah, that's excellent. Any other questions?
I have a question for you. On the back apparatus thing that they designed, are they getting a patent on it so they can use it other places besides astronauts?
I believe they are, yes. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
continuing to develop that so that they can use it for general public use.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So you want that link where you can
I
get
could
one?
have used
Yeah.
it this morning, getting up. Yeah.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for the presentation. That's a great thing. I again, back to the experiential learning, and I think it's really important, and yet it's very hard. I think administrators and institutions talk about it, but does it really happen to the typical undergraduate or even the community college? That's really impressive that you have community college kids that are focused on these problems. I think that's anyway, great thing, and certainly deserving of a recognition of excellence. So thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's really impressive. College kids watching
Let's see, the next item on the agenda is Section 6, matters relating to the full board. And really, it's consideration of a change in coordinating board and meetings, board meetings and committee meetings. As I think everybody knows, currently the board meetings are scheduled, the full board meets January, April, July, and October, generally on the fourth Thursday of every month. Agency Operation Committee meets the Wednesday before the board meeting, and the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning and the Committee on Academic Workforce Success will meet in March, June, September, and December. So in other words, 1 month before each of the board meetings. This proposed schedule would consolidate all those committee meetings to the day before the board meeting, and I think this has, to me, several advantages. One, kind of duplication of effort, particularly on the program approvals. The way it works now is you have program approvals on the cause committee, Dr. Farias's committee, present 1 month before the board meeting, and then they come back again a month later and present yet again. This would allow, with having the cause committee the day before the board meeting, would allow them to come in just one time. And then many of the sort of non-controversial approvals and decisions made at the committee could then be put on the consent calendar for the board. And the board meeting could then be more focused on topics like recognition of excellence or major policy discussions, things that are, in my view, less sort of ministerial, that could be handled in the committee meetings, and then sort of introduce and really dive into policy. It has the other advantage of we typically, the Higher Education Foundation, which Dr. Keller, Commissioner Keller, really wants to elevate in its role in helping the agency. We can move that meeting to the Tuesday before the committee meetings, and then maybe have a joint board dinner with the foundation and trustees and the board Tuesday night, and then we go into committee meetings the next day. So I think it's a much more efficient. And then, of course, there is this kind of idea that, you devote 4 trips to Austin, which I think is although it's a longer week, potentially, a lot more efficient in personal time. So anyway, the actual proposed meeting dates are in the blue pages, but is there any discussion or about that proposal?
As it seems to me, it's makes a lot of sense. I think it's far more efficient to do it that way than the way that we have been doing it. And for me personally, it makes it easier for me to get here. I mean,
And the other thing it does is the committee assignments, and I think now why the full board is not on every committee. Well, in part, I think that's a quorum issue. It just helps to get the quorum together. But if you had all the committees there on the same day, even if you were not on, CAP, you would have the ability to attend because you'd already be here. And I think that would enhance the understanding of all the issues for all the board members. So any other concerns?
Yeah, I got a question.
Sure.
Would it be a 2-day meeting or 3-day meeting?
It would be a 2-day meeting. So the committee meeting, we've got to work on the time, but I suspect that committee meetings would start 9 o'clock on Wednesday, and then proceed through the day, probably end, kind of early afternoon, and then the board meeting would probably start at 9 o'clock on Thursday. So. Anyway, that's the proposal. Do I have a motion to approve the proposed meeting schedule?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Raven. Second by Ms. Swartz. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Well, hearing no opposition, motion passes. And so we will get, by the way, well, you have those dates in the calendar, but I guess, Mary, if you can, sort of send out an email to the board members just reminding them those are the dates so they can put it in their calendar. Also, if you could alert the trustees of the Texas Higher Education Foundation, particularly Neil Adams, and get that information out, because we're going to make that board meeting, the trustee board meeting, 2 o'clock on Tuesday before the committee meetings. Okay, next item on the agenda is matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, chaired by Mr. Javed Anwar. Javed?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to say what you said about Cody Campbell and his company. I have done deals, worked with them in business, and it's one of the most successful company I've seen in the last 5 years. Cody, I take my hat off for you young guys making $1 billion transaction. Anyway.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you for joining for matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accounting, and Planning. Agenda item 7B is public testimony on items relating to Committee on Affordability and Accounting. We do not have any public testimony. We move on to agenda item 7C. Dr. Julie Eklund, Assistant Commissioner of Strategic Planning, Funding, and Division, will provide a brief presentation and will be available to answer any question. This item is for information only. Doc, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. Today's 60 by 30 text data insight presentation focuses on career and technical education, or what we refer to as CTE, which is designed to help students develop skills for the workforce. And as you're probably aware, there is really substantial demand in the state right now for what's sometimes called those middle skills technical jobs, jobs that require some type of post-secondary education or training. Our career and technical education completions are just one set of credentials that contribute to the 60 by 30 text completion goal. And in this presentation, I'll describe what kinds of credentials and programs are part of CTE education. I'll also share some trends in CTE completions, enrollment, and talk about dual credit participation in CTE. Most career and technical education takes place at our 2-year community and state colleges, but a portion also takes place at the Texas State Technical Colleges and the Lamar Institute of Technology. Providing career and technical education is at the core of those institutions' missions, and they do an excellent job providing these programs and ensuring that students are being trained for in-demand careers that pay a strong wage. The 60 by 30 text completion goal aims to reach 550,000 certificates, associate's, bachelor's, and master's degrees credentials awarded in 2030. The most recent year of data, in the most recent year, Texas reached a total of 341,000 completions, so we have a ways to go. While the majority of these completions were academic, consistently since the start of the plan in 2015, career and technical completions have made up 18%, or almost 1 in 5 of our completions. The CTE completions are comprised of 3 types of certificates and 1 type of associate degrees. So we have level 1 certificates, and as you can see on the illustration here, they make up more than half of our CTE completions. Our level 1 certificates are awarded for completing a program that consists of at least 15 and no more than 42 semester credit hours. Our level 2 certificates are awarded for completing a program of at least 30, but not more than 51 semester credit hours. And our advanced tech certificates are 16 to 50 hours, but those are for students who have previously been awarded an associate or have a bachelor's degree or junior status. And finally, our applied associate degrees are our 2-year programs that are designed to lead the recipient directly into employment in the workforce. This graph shows completions for CTE certificates and applied associate degrees. You can see that both credential types have been increasing overall in the last 15 years. Certificates are more numerous than applied associates. You can see that they took a dip in 2008, but have increased more quickly in the last decade. It's also of note that in Texas, institutions receive contact hour funding from the state not only for credit career and technical education, but also for continuing education CTE that helps prepare a student for the workforce. Success points through our community college formula are also awarded for successful CTE completions, whether they were through credit or non-credit programs. Our completion goal includes targets for completions by African American, Hispanic, male, and economically disadvantaged students. And as you can see from this slide, which focuses on the first 2 targets I mentioned, the number of African American student completions almost doubled from 2008 to 2018. And the Hispanic students' completions are up almost 150% since 2004. Again, these are in our CTE programs. We've seen a shift in our racial and ethnic composition of graduates in these programs over time, and the shift pretty much follows the demographics of the state. But we now see our Hispanic completions in CTE have gone from 28% to 40% over the period tracked. We've seen a decrease in terms of our completions by white students. Our African American population, those students have remained steady over time in terms of these completions at about 14%. We've also seen a shift in the male and female share of completions. In 2004, females comprised the majority of CTE completers. Now males make up 54% of the population. We see that women are more likely to complete in nursing programs, men are more likely to complete in precision metalworking or vehicle maintenance. And we see it's pretty comparable for the male and female populations in areas like business administration and management. This slide shows the CTE completions for economically disadvantaged students and those who are not economically disadvantaged. And as you can see, economically disadvantaged students complete more CTE awards than their non-disadvantaged counterparts. The rate of completions has grown faster for the economically disadvantaged group, and as you can see, the number of completions is now greater for economically disadvantaged students versus those who are not. And this slide simply shows the top 5 producing programs for CTE awards in 2018. I mentioned some of these. You can see some health fields, nursing, business administration, metalworking, et cetera. Now I want to switch gears and talk about our CTE enrollments, so those students enrolled in our CTE courses. This graph shows the long-term enrollment trend. And like with completions, we see some modest growth in the early years between 2004 and 2007, followed by an increase. You can see the pretty steep increase at the start of the recession. Those enrollments peaked in 2010 and have been steadily declining ever since. CTE enrollment reached its lowest levels in 15 years and that was with 250,000 students in the most recent year, 2018. Growing completions, despite enrollment decreases, suggested that institutions are becoming more successful in supporting students to complete, and perhaps complete more quickly. So it's interesting, again, that we see that growth in the completions in these programs, but we've seen a decrease in our enrollments. It's important to note that when the economy is doing well, often these type of enrollments drop. Again, I think it's encouraging that the completions are going up despite these changes we've seen in enrollment. The final graph highlights enrollment among students participating in dual credit. In 2004, fewer than 3,000 students were enrolled in CTE dual credit, and our dual credit programs are our programs where our students in high school are taking college courses. So when we look at where we are now, in 2018, about 21,000 students were enrolled in career and technical education dual credit. And we saw really large increases from 2017 to 2018, and so that growth is, I think, notable. Career and technical education is also offered in K-12, so you will hear about programs offered in K-12. We're just focusing here on those programs that are offered for high school students, but through our community and technical colleges. Students may participate in high school in Level 1 certificate programs. For those programs, they don't have to meet the same eligibility requirements for academic college readiness as for the Level 2 certificate or academic programs, but they also may participate in any of our CTE programs if they meet the standards. And while the dual credit growth in CTE is notable, it actually remains quite small relative to our overall dual credit enrollment. So dual credit enrollment overall has grown exponentially over the last couple of decades. And so our technical enrollments are still just at about 12% of the total. But again, we've seen quite a bit of growth. And what's interesting is actually the female enrollments in CTE in high school are higher than the male. When students leave high school, we see now the higher enrollments for our male students. Okay, so in sum, and I'm somehow lost the last page of my presentation, so I'm glad we've got the summary here. So our programs are preparing our students clearly for workforce need, those middle skill jobs. We're seeing that across the state. There's a real demand there, and I think students are recognizing the need to get additional training for those jobs. Our CTE completions have consistently made up about 20% of our completions towards our goal. These are very important for the state, and we have counted them from the beginning of our 60 by 30 text plan. We're seeing some growth in the completions, and we're seeing drops in enrollments, and that's something we will continue to monitor. I think one thing we might be seeing is fewer students who are on an academic path are choosing to pick up some technical courses. I think students often are getting better advice about the best courses that they should be taking for their career plan, for what they need to do. And finally, I think, again, this is an important topic for us as a state to stay focused on. We're going to be looking carefully in the future at earnings for our students in these programs, really trying to understand which of these programs help prepare students for our high-demand, high-wage fields. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Eklund, a couple of questions. One,
Sure.
I think, and I think this is correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are 3.9 million Texans who have some college education, but have not completed it. I think that's true. Is the 280,000 CTE folks, is that, are they a part of that 3.9 million?
So the way it works is for our overall goal, for our 60 by 30 goal, where we're aiming to get to 60%, and we see that 3.9 million who have some college and no degree, that data comes from the American Community Surveys, which is national census data, which determines the attainment rate of a population. It does not include certificates, individuals who have earned certificates, but they don't have a method right now to collect that. I'm hoping they will in the future, but we don't have that now. So for our plan, we use a proxy to come up with an estimate of the percent of the population that has earned a certificate, or the types of certificates that are included in the plan. So that 3.9 million actually does reduce some when you determine when you include our certificate holders in the population.
Okay. And so my second question is on page 5, slide number 9, where we talk about, unlike CTE completions, CTE enrollments have steadily declining since 2010, decreasing to the lowest in 2018.
Yes.
So, although completions are rising, enrollment is going down. And when you look at the state's need for nurses, the great need for nurses, help me with, is it something that we could be doing that could get young people directed that way? Or, I mean, because there seems to be a disconnect there. Why do we have a nursing shortage?
And as you may recall, we were charged by the legislature in this past session to do a study of the nursing shortage and what we could do to make recommendations for what we could do to help alleviate the need for nurses. We have looked carefully. We've seen a lot of growth in nursing graduate, but there's still a greater need. So there is a work group working at the coordinating board right now. We've had a couple of meetings looking at nursing shortage. It does include representatives from our community and technical colleges, our community colleges that have nursing programs. Of course, we have RN degrees that are awarded, those associate degrees from our community colleges, as well as a lot of students who are seeking the bachelor's in nursing. So we are trying to understand that shortage better and what we can do as a state to make sure we have enough nurses to meet the need.
And so is the decline in enrollment a result of an improving economy, or what other causes could there be for that?
Well, I think there's several things that could contribute to that. As I mentioned, I think the economy really does make a difference, and we see differences in the changes in the economy in terms of our enrollments overall at community colleges. The economy will affect those. During the recession, we saw very high enrollments at our community colleges. But I also think that some of it has to do with choices students are making and the advice they're getting about the best courses to take for their plan of study. So it's encouraging that we're seeing more completions, that students are completing when they have the intention of moving through a program, but maybe we're not seeing as much of this sort of random enrollment in some of those career and technical education courses. But it's something we'll continue to look at carefully.
Thank you, Dr. Eklund. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that. I don't understand how this declining enrollment is a good thing.
I don't mean to be saying it's a good thing. We're just trying to understand it. And I think we do need to make sure we have enrollments in these programs and completions. We know we need more completions in several high-demand areas. We're going to need to have those enrollments to get to the completions. So we want both the high enrollments and the high completions. But looking at the economy and trying to understand why we've got the discrepancy for the two, we're thinking some of it might have to do with the student choices in terms of the courses that they're taking.
But in order to reach the 60 by 30 goal,
Yes.
and the 500,000 plus degrees or certificates, it would seem that enrollment needs to increase.
Absolutely. We need to see both, and we need to work towards that in areas like nursing and other areas as well. Absolutely.
I've got a question, and maybe it's too big to answer, but just sort of a history lesson. At one time, there was this, kind of for trades, and it wouldn't really apply to nursing, but like welding. Wasn't there like an apprentice program? You have an apprentice, and then you'd go up to maybe a journeyman, and then you'd go to actually a professional or whatever that. A certified welder or something, and at one point, did business invest more in training? In other words, has this sort of shifted over time to higher education? Is kind of taking the responsibility for training the workforce, or is that a new thing, or has that always been there?
I wouldn't call myself an expert in this area, but I know we see a lot of emphasis on both right now, on different pathways to try to get students into some of these trades. So we still see apprenticeship-type programs. I think in some states those programs might be stronger than others. I think Texas has started to become more interested in having those type of opportunities. There are also opportunities for students to attend career-type programs that aren't tied to higher education institutions, and of course those wouldn't be tracked in the plan. So there are other avenues for students available if they're interested in certain careers that require post-secondary training.
Yeah, just an observation, just listening to all this, I mean, it just seems like the training of the workforce is more and more, really on the shoulders of higher education to get this, to do that. I mean, it's a huge issue societally. I mean, in other words, if business doesn't want to invest the money into training, it's going to rely on higher education, and this career and technical education seems like a really important piece.
Yeah,
Anyway, that's enough for the history lesson, but it's kind of an interesting observation, I think.
Yeah, and we will continue to do some deeper dives. We were surprised by some of the things we found here. Trying to explain it doesn't mean that it's a good thing, but we certainly want to understand it better and understand what actions we're going to need to take if there are, areas where we need to do better.
So you said that you have begun tracking the earnings of the students after they finish the programs.
Yes.
Do you have that?
Yes, we do. We
fully?
have earnings. There's public information now on the Texas Cruise website, which is a consumer resource for education and workforce statistics. The workforce, that's something we've done jointly with the Workforce Commission. They actually right now are redesigning that website. But you can look for the whole state by program and by institution and see the earnings for students for that program at 1, 3, 5, 8, and 10 years out. We have average earnings and other information about
So overall,
outcomes.
how have earnings tracked during this same time period? Have they increased for the students, or have they?
We've actually seen some interesting trends, and I think I included a couple of hidden signs. Let me see if we have them here. We've seen some up, and it looks like we weren't able to include them. In certain areas, we've absolutely seen some increases, and I've shared with the board before slides that show for certain fields, we have students making a very high average wage out of some of these CTE programs, especially in the area where you're from. But I think some of those rumors that, all students are able to leave high school and earn, $80,000 right off the bat, I think many of those rumors aren't true. We do find select fields where we do see those very high wage for students coming out of, again, right out of high school or with CTE degrees. Generally, you do get a flavor of what's high demand, where we're seeing lower wages are often areas like the early child care education, that type of thing. So the patterns are very helpful, and we, in many cases for certain certificates, we see higher wages than we see for academic associates in some of those areas.
I just wonder if the decrease in enrollment isn't an economic outcome rather than, just the choices are being made because people aren't making as much money. That was my, thought.
We absolutely see some of those connections between the
It's just not worth it
economy
to
and
them, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about
Right.
Sort
I
of
mean,
a different
our
angle.
kids
Yeah.
not choosing to enroll because they just don't feel like it's worth it to them. It's not, they don't understand that it is. That was my question, but.
Yes, and that's a larger topic that it's something I think we talk a lot about as an agency, and wanting to make sure students see the value of higher education. And even in these programs, when you look at some of these very short one-semester programs and the difference in wages that students are able to earn, especially in those higher demand areas versus just coming right out of high school, that's where you really start to see some of the differences. The rumor is you can leave high school and make these high wages, but when we've actually looked, we absolutely see those differences for students as they earn higher degrees, that wage bump that comes along with it. And that's data that I think it's important for us to share with students, and we'll be happy to share it with you.
How do you track the apprenticeships? So if training is being pushed to the employer setting, how do you track that training to make sure that, perhaps they're not going through a traditional educational route, but going through employer training? And how do you give credit to that type of education?
Right now, that's not something that we're tracking here at the coordinating board in terms of the data we collect from our higher ed institutions. And there's other folks on staff. Mr. Darrell Booker is probably here today and can speak to the apprenticeship. So we're starting to get a better understanding of that, but it's not something that we're tracking in a student-to-student way as we do track our completions at our higher ed institutions. But it's certainly something that we're looking at, as well as looking at licensure, certification, those types of things that students earn where they might not have earned a credential, but they've earned that license or certification to help them go out into the workforce.
Question?
So if, like a Lamar Institute of Technology, if they have a partnership with a business and they get so many certificates, are those numbers included in Lamar's numbers when they report to us?
Yes, if Lamar is involved and students are earning certificates, again, the level 1 certificates, level 2 certificates, and in the level 1, it can be, as few as the 15 semester credit hours, which is basically a semester. Those would all be reported to us and of course, under Lamar. But we gather, and we also include those certificates that are earned at our career for-profit institutions. There's a lot of 2-year career institutions in the state. They're required to report to the coordinating board, so certificates earned through those programs are included. It's just the programs that aren't considered higher education. The Workforce Commission handles those, but we could find, information about those completions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I just like to make a comment. In the Permian Basin, when the oil business is booming, you generally see an enrollment way down on colleges and all these kind of programs because these young kids get pretty good jobs in the oil field. This trend is very true all the time. I've seen it. Anyway, we move on to agenda item 7D. Is a report.
Could I just ask the commissioner to comment? I mean, just this whole, there's a big picture sort of issue here. And I know it's kind of in formation, but this tri-agency task force, we're going to hear from Commissioner Morath, TEA, later this morning, but the Texas Workforce Commission, this whole idea of apprenticeships versus CTE, and in other words, we're all sort of on this team. If you can just kind of briefly talk about how that all might work in the future.
Yeah, just very quickly, a couple of points. So one is, I think the kinds of questions like Mr. Campbell was asking, and have come up in some of the discussion are exactly the right kinds of questions to ask, but also what we see folks asking more and more about what the value is of these different kinds of credentials and experiences, not just if you take a snapshot, but over time, what does it mean for career trajectories? As Julie mentions, the data is uneven on what we collect now, and so one of the things we're looking forward to is working in partnership with the Workforce Commission, TEA, employers, our higher ed institutions, and also some of our national partners to be able to collect richer data on the kinds of certificates that students are completing, and then to match that up with the kind of wage data and income data and data about occupations and industries that it's available to us, so we can be able to have a better sense of what's happening in the Texas economy and how that relates to this production of credentials. I think this would be actually a great question when Commissioner Morath is here to ask him about, because as they've thought about CTE programs, one of the things that's been a little bit controversial on the TEA side, but really important, is they've been pushing high schools to be more attentive to the value of the CTE programs that they're providing in high schools, even the ones that don't necessarily lead to certificates, and that's there's a little controversy around that, but I'll defer to my colleague from TEA has been thinking about this a lot. And so in the context of the tri-agency initiative, if we can connect these dots better about what's happening down in K-12, with TEA, what we see happening in the Texas economy with the Workforce Commission. As Julie mentions, we're already working in partnership with the Workforce Commission to present this data publicly and have it be searchable. And then the coordinating board ends up being sort of the hub of this larger education and workforce data effort, not just on the sort of research side and on the deep dive side, but also our intent, especially with our new Deputy Commissioner, is to stand up a whole new strand of work on making this data more visible and more useful for our institutions.
Well, great. Yeah, I just think, from a board perspective, agency perspective, this is a really big deal and a big strategic issue that we will have, more deep dives into the future, but I just wanted to point that out. So thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we move on to agenda item 7D, is a report on facilities projects that were submitted to the coordinating board. Dr. Julie Eklund, Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Planning and Funding, will be available to answer any question. This item is for information only. Any questions? If not, we move on to agenda item 7G, 7E through 7G are on the consent calendar. That concludes our agency meeting. And
Thank you, Chairman Anwar. Next item on our agenda is matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, chaired by Dr. Fred Farias. Fred?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please be advised that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet, as we all know. First of all, we do not have any items right now on public testimony, so we do not have anyone registered. And we will move on to agenda item 9C, which is on the consent calendar. Agenda item 9D1 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to request from Texas A&M University Texarkana for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in mechanical engineering. Dr. Silverman will be presenting this item. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you, Dr. Farias. Before I briefly review each of the proposed programs, I want to let you know that on the agenda are 4 requests for new bachelor's degree programs in engineering. Most requests for new bachelor's and master's degree programs are approved through a streamlined review process, which allows institutions to rapidly respond to local, regional, and state needs for new degree programs. However, proposals for bachelor's and master's degree programs in engineering and/or those that have an estimated 5-year cost of $2 million or more require board approval. The board directed this approach to make sure that such expensive programs were needed. Engineering was singled out at the time because of both the cost and difficulty in securing faculty. So, on to the agenda item. The proposed face-to-face program would offer students a regional option to pursue a mechanical engineering degree and provide a pool of potential employees from local industry that is challenged to recruit and retain engineers from that region or other regions of Texas. While national workforce data suggest an overproduction of mechanical engineers, the national employment data show that mechanical engineering graduates find jobs with only 1.1% unemployed following graduation. The proposed program would be the second engineering program offered at Texas A&M University Texarkana. The institution has offered a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering since 2008, and it is nationally accredited through ABET, the National Professional Accreditor for Engineering Degree Programs. The institution will hire 3 core faculty, 2 in the first year of the program and 1 in the second year. The institution will also seek national accreditation and estimates that the 5-year cost for the proposed program would be $3.4 million. The committee recommendation is approval, and there are representatives from the institution to address any additional questions.
Thank you, Dr. Silverman. I'd like to invite up some guests that we have for this particular item from Texas A&M University Texarkana. Dr. Emily Cooter is the president. Dr. David Yells is the provost and vice president for academic affairs. Dr. Gary Standing is the Dean of the College of Business, Engineering, and Technology. Welcome this morning to the Coordinating Board meeting. Good morning, Dr. Cutter. Would you like to say a few comments, please?
Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make a few comments about this proposed degree. One of the things that I would really like to stress about this proposal is that it grew out of discussions with regional manufacturers and employers. We've been very lucky in Texarkana. We have a very active group of manufacturers who get together on a regular basis and talk and let us listen to what it is that they need from higher education, both at the community college level and at the university level. The one degree program that they have stressed over and over again that they really need us to offer is the mechanical engineering degree. So this proposal grew out of that request coming from an alliance of manufacturers. We also have taken that request from our local and regional manufacturers, put it into a legislative proposal last year called the Better East Texas Initiative, which was broader than one degree program, but the degree program was a major part of it, and asked for funding from the legislature. We were very lucky not only to receive funding so that we could start a program in mechanical engineering, as well as add to our nursing programs and some other things that we're doing. And the legislature responded to it by actually granting our request and giving us an extra 50% over what we asked for. So we are confident that we have the startup funds to get going on this program. We have experience with engineering degrees thanks to a new building that was just opened last spring. We have at least the beginnings of infrastructure to support the program, and we would really like to move forward so that we can respond to our region's needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Provost Yells, would you like to say a few words, please?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. As Dr. Contreras said, this really reflects a strong partnership with our community as we meet with our advisory boards and with other groups to hear what they need us to provide for our community. So we think this is a great way for us to show the community that we're listening, we're responding, we're trying to serve their needs. And also we've already have students on campus who are in our engineering core anticipating being able to move into this program. So we've got some demand that's kind of built up to get students into the program right from the very first year. We think it'll be a great opportunity for our community. And also within the mechanical engineering umbrella, we're looking at developing a specialization in paper engineering. We've got some paper mills in our area, and so that would be another kind of career path spinning off this. So we're really excited about the opportunity to do this.
Great, thank you. And Dean Standing?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. The only thing that I'd like to add to that is we've also, some of the industrial support in the area that's been pledged is regarding, will offset some of the costs. In fact, we've had one industry partner who's already pledged an additional amount of money to offset some of the computer-aided design labs and some laboratory facilities.
Thank you. Board, do we have any questions or comments for the panel? Hearing none?
So how did you get the legislature to give you more than what we were just talking, we had a meeting the other day, and we asked for X, and we got half of X. So I'm just curious how you did that.
It's a secret.
I knew it.
Okay, any other discussion on this particular item? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Raven, a second by?
Second.
A second by Mr. Torn. Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to agenda item 9D2, which is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from the University of Texas at Tyler for a Doctor of Education degree with a major in school improvement. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you, Dr. Farias. The committee recommendation is for approval. The proposed program would be offered fully online and would prepare students for professional practice in education administration with a focus on primary and secondary school turnaround. The institution would build on its existing master's programs in education. The proposed program would enroll up to 25 students annually, and students would be full-time practicing educators. The proposed program would be the 6th fully online Doctor of Education program offered in Texas. However, the institution made the case that it will focus on serving its region. And while there are other programs available online, having a program for professionals from the community would benefit the primary and secondary schools in the area. The institution agrees to hire 1 additional faculty member to start in the 3rd year of the program and will submit 5 annual progress reports, which include documentation of the hire. The institution estimates that 5-year costs would total just over $1 million. The committee recommendation is again for approval, and institutional representatives are here to address any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. We have a representative from the University of Texas at Tyler. If they could please come forward, Dr. Wesley Hickey. He is the Dean of the College of Education and Psychology. Welcome. Dr. Hickey, would you like to say a few words about the proposal?
Well, I'd like to say, first of all, that I appreciate the consideration by the board. Anytime you do anything like this, it takes a number of individuals who spend a significant amount of time, and certainly want to recognize President Tidwell, Provost Mirmoran. I stepped in as the dean this year, so obviously this started before, and the previous one, Dr. Ross Sherman, had a very big role in this stuff, and certainly a couple of faculty members really led the way. Dr. Janita Olivares Ortiz and Dr. Michael Odell. We really look forward to the fact, as we said, one of our goals at the university is to be one of the educational leaders in East Texas, and we believe that this really kind of builds upon many of the initiatives we've had previously, which is really work with the schools, not only kind of have the turnaround initiative aspect of it as well, but also to just look at how to consistently improve over time with wherever you stand in regard to a school. So we certainly appreciate the consideration.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion from the board for Dr. Hickey or on this proposal? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Williams, second. Second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We move on to agenda item 9D3, which is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from the University of Houston for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in computer engineering and analytics. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you, Dr. Farias. University of Houston is proposing a Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering and Analytics to be offered at their campus in Katy beginning in fall 2020. The proposed face-to-face program would be offered at U of H through a partnership agreement between U of H and Houston Community College. Houston Community College would deliver the lower division core curriculum math and science courses, while University of Houston would deliver engineering and upper division coursework. Students would be enrolled in both institutions, and the proposed program combines computer engineering, control systems and robotics, and data analytics. The institution will hire 3 core faculty in the 2nd year of the program and another 2 in the 3rd year of the program. The institution estimates the 5-year cost will be $3.7 million, and they will seek ABET accreditation. The committee recommendation is for approval, and institutional representatives are here to address any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Silverman. We have a representative from the University of Houston, Dr. J.R. Rayo, Associate Dean for Engineering Programs at the University of Houston at Katy. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to say a few words about the program, please?
Yes, sir. Here is the broad context for both this proposal and 2 more coming up. First of all, I'm very happy to represent Provost Paula Short and Dean Tedesco of the University of Houston. For engineering, we are very blessed to be in Houston. Our students do very, very well, of course, thanks to the vibrant economy in Houston, and the big driver is the energy and affiliated industries. So at this time, the Cullen College of Engineering has 8 bachelor's degree programs on our main campus. One of the fastest growing areas in Houston is on the west side in the Katy area, and the community has been asking the university to expand our presence on the west side, 35 to 40 miles away. And so in response to that, the University of Houston, we are very blessed. We just inaugurated and launched our U of H Katy location just this past fall. We had a ribbon cutting ceremony in October. And so the question was, engineering is a very big part of it. The Katy campus is right in the heart of the energy corridor. So what programs can we offer as to be responsive to the needs of the community? And so we did very extensive survey of the industry leaders and found out that we don't want to duplicate any of our 8 programs just 30 miles away, but 3 new programs for which there is very relevant industry need and demand. And computer engineering and analytics is the first of the 3 programs. So we have 2 highlights to our 3 proposals. One is these are new programs directly related to the demand and the relevance to the industry. And 2 is our academy model, where for the lower division, that means for the first 2 years, students will be dual enrolled, and they will take engineering classes from us, from U of H, our regular courses, regular faculty, but everything else will be at Houston Community College, which is right next door. And this is a big win for us. We view this as really a big access play, really increasing the access to our engineering degrees to students who otherwise wouldn't. And this is, for the first 2 years, means very, very significant savings to the students because most of their credit hours will be with the community college. And once students matriculate through the academy, then they will do the upper division courses with us in Katy. So in summation, these 3 programs, the new programs for us, which we're very excited about, are designed to start in Katy, finish in Katy. And those of you who know about Houston traffic and what it means to commute, that is another big win for us, and we look forward to it.
Great, thank you. Any discussion or questions on this particular item? Yes, Mr. Wilson.
So does the student that wants to get into this program, do they apply to HCC or U of H?
Thank you very much. They will apply. They start at HCC, they get screened, and then immediately once that happens, they also apply to U of H. So at the end of that application process, they will have 2 admissions, they'll be dual enrolled, they'll have 2 ID cards in their pockets.
So, yeah, so on the front end, they'll know that they're in that program.
That is correct. They will be U of H Cougar engineering students from day 1.
And just to make a comment, it is very cost-effective to have the first 2 years as much of that in the community college system because it's a lot cheaper for the students. So it's really a great delivery method. So thanks for working with HCC and
they have been
that program.
Amazing, great partners.
And they're literally next door. I mean, they're going to be next door to each other. So it's a perfect.
Great. Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Raven. Do I have a second, please? Second by Mr. Wilson. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Congratulations. Don't go too far. You're up next again. Okay. Agenda item 9D4 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from the University of Houston for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in construction engineering. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you. Similar to the last proposal, the institution is proposing a face-to-face program to be offered at its Katy campus. Again, it is a partnership between U of H and Houston Community College and would offer students an additional option for pursuing an engineering degree. HCC would deliver the lower division core curriculum math and science courses, while U of H would deliver the engineering and upper division coursework. The institution agrees to hire 2 core faculty in the first year of the program's operation and 2 additional core faculty in the second year. The institution will also seek accreditation through ABET. The institution estimates the 5-year cost would be $3.4 million. I do have a representative here
Yes,
to
Dr.
address any
Correa.
questions.
On this proposal, please, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you very much. Again, everything I said applies to this as well. Again, we anticipate this to be very responsive. And one thing I would add that again applies to all three of our proposals, that they are all designed, and we will be seeking accreditation with ABET as soon as we graduate our first cohort. So these are all designed to be fully accredited with ABET engineering degrees.
Great, thank you. Any questions or discussion on this particular proposal by any of the board members? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Thank you. Motion by Ms. Schwartz, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Williams. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. We are moving on to Agenda Item 9D5, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request from the University of Houston for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in Systems Engineering. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you, Dr. Frias. The last of the new degree programs on the agenda is similar to the other two proposed by University of Houston. It is again a face-to-face program that would be offered by U of H through a partnership agreement between University of Houston and Houston Community College, with HCC delivering the lower division core curriculum math and science courses, and U of H delivering the engineering and upper division coursework. The proposed program would provide students with a foundational core engineering education, including an understanding of all subsystems within a complex system, and provide hands-on training through real-world applications. If approved, the institution will hire 4 new core faculty, 1 in each of the first 4 years of the program, would seek national accreditation, and the institution estimates that the 5-year cost would be just over $4 million. The committee recommendation is for approval, and we have Dr. Rao here as well.
Any questions or any comments on this particular?
Again, all the previous comments apply. One specific comment to this program was the impetus for this came not only from, again, the industry and the energy corridor, but we have big medical institutions and hospitals, and they have reached out to us saying that we want to engage with engineering and engineering education community because our business involves optimization of a lot of things that currently we don't do optimize. And the whole idea of systems engineering is that to optimize the whole is not just enough to optimize each of the pieces of it, but there are specific things that students can be taught to address those issues. So this one was driven both by the industry and by the very nearby hospital community that have reached out to us.
Okay, great. Board, any comments or discussions on Agenda Item 9D5? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Raven, a second.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Schwartz. Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Congratulations. Say hello to Dr. Short and Dr. Couture.
Thank you very much, will do. Thank you very much.
Thank
He's
you.
about to become ex officio. He's been here so long, right?
Next on our agenda item, 9E is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to changes in the lower division academic course guide manual. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you, Dr. Farias. The Lower Division Academic Course Guide Manual, also called the ACGM, is the official list of lower division courses approved for general academic transfer that may be offered by public, community, and technical colleges in Texas. The ACGM is developed with the input of an advisory committee charged to provide recommendations to the board. The ACGM Advisory Committee met October 15th and reviewed selected courses in the disciplines of art, drama, theater, and history. Discipline faculty workshops of the ACGM Learning Outcomes Project for 2019 developed the courses. The committee recommends the modification and additions of the courses shown in the board materials. The committee recommendation is for approval.
Okay, we do not have anyone to testify, so any discussions or questions on this? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Williams, thank you. Second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Raven. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 9F is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request for Vernon College for branch campus maintenance tax election. We don't see too many of these, so we'll listen carefully to Dr. Silverman, please.
Thank you so much. When a community college wants to hold an election to increase its branch campus maintenance tax, it's required to obtain coordinating board approval to do so. Vernon College requests approval to hold a branch campus maintenance tax election in Wichita County in the coming year to support Vernon's operations and to establish a branch campus in Wichita County. Proceeds from the branch campus maintenance tax would be used to fund the future expansion of Century City Center and the Skills Training Center, and would allow for the development of additional workforce and healthcare programs. After the passage of the branch campus maintenance tax, Wichita County would benefit by not being required to pay out-of-district tuition and fees to attend Vernon College. Currently, Wichita County residents pay $95 per semester credit hour, while Wilbarger County residents pay $50 per semester credit hour. A student taking 15 semester credit hours per semester would save an estimated $1,350 per year by paying in-district tuition and fees compared to current out-of-district rates. The coordinating board staff reviewed the application and found the institution met all requirements, and the committee's recommendation is for approval. We do have a representative here from Vernon College if there are any additional questions.
Thank you. We'll call up Representative Dr. Dusty Johnston, who's the president of Vernon College. Welcome.
Thank you for your time. I was in my haste in December when I was here, I forgot to give you this visual. Take a picture of the Texas map, draw a line between Fort Worth and Amarillo, pick a point halfway between, 20 miles south of Red River, Vernon, Texas. So I'm a long ways from here, and where most of you guys live. We serve 12 rural counties, total population of 250,000 people. One county, Wichita County, 50 miles to or Wichita Falls, 50 miles to the southwest, has over 100,000. So you have 150,000 people scattered in 10 or 11 counties. The college has been in operation since '72. We've been in Wichita County since '75. In the past 10 years, we can document that 66% of our enrollment are from Wichita County residents. This has been talked about for 20 years. I've worked on it for 10 years. The last year plus, I've had an outstanding local citizen steering committee led by former State Representative David Farabee, who are trying to help us get this passed for the future of Wichita County, Wichita Falls. One of my taglines, and I love giving taglines, is we're not really asking for them to subsidize Vernon College. We're asking them to help us help them. And it's a growing area. It's the one growing area there is, and we can't do it without a little bit of help. So we think this will, our task is before us. This is our first step. Beyond that, there's many more steps to finally get to an election, probably on a May 21 ballot, and then we'll know where we stand.
Dr. Johnston, thank you for being here and traveling so far.
Appreciate it.
I know you've been working on this for a while, the last month's committee meeting you mentioned, so thank you, and to your team for doing that.
Good.
And serving the Texans in that region of the state. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
In the committee meeting, you shared the reason why we have a tax for this particular school. Would you share that with the audience again?
I didn't get the first part of that question.
In the committee meeting, you talked more about why we have a tax and that we're looking at the tax. And I think it was Chairman Stedman said this was the first time he'd ever heard that.
Right.
And you went
well,
into
that's a good question. Yeah, his question was, how come we're really doing all this talking here? It's a coordinating board policy. It's a state policy. Someone mentioned we don't do this very often. There's only 7 other of the 50 community colleges in Texas. There's only 7 that have a branch campus maintenance tax. It is a palatable way to try to expand your tax revenue. The only other way you can do it is through annexation, which is where you annex and you make your whole district bigger and everyone pays the same tax rate. Wilbarger County residents in 1970 voted upon themselves this tax to start Vernon College. At that time, that was good enough. And of course, as things have expanded, population has shifted, and we find ourselves doing most of our work down the road. We think it's, I'm convinced it's more palatable to ask for branch campus maintenance tax than it would be annexation, yes.
So I'm curious, can you give us a little quick history when your Vernon College started and how many students you have?
We, over the past 10 years, we hover around 3,000 total students. And as I said, anywhere from 64 to 66% are in Wichita County. The rest are from the other 11 counties, including our primary county, our home-based tax base, which is Wilbarger County. That school was voted in 70. First classes were in 72. Quickly moved over to the population center. A very interesting thing in Texas, and y'all have had some great discussion today about workforce and technical education and CTE, is that while Wichita Falls has an outstanding four-year university, we have been for 45 years the provider of workforce development, workforce programs. Our nursing programs are our largest programs, and so we do that part for that whole part of Texas.
Do you have a football team?
We do not have a football team. We have a rodeo team. How's that?
Okay, good. That'd be athletic, sure.
That's right.
Any questions or comments? Yes.
So is the maintenance tax rate the same as the main district tax rate?
No, sir. That's why it's more palatable. By state code, the maintenance tax is capped at 5 cents per $100 of evaluation. My Wilbarger County residents currently experience the 7th highest tax rate in the state of the 50 colleges, which is 23 cents per $100 evaluation.
Gotcha. And I assume the maintenance tax is, if passed, that revenue is limited to that jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So it doesn't go into the pot, so to speak.
Just as I have to be very, as the president, I get cornered on this quite a bit. I have to be very cautious to make sure everybody understands and that we do this correctly. We don't spend any current Wilbarger tax out of Wilbarger County. So just like if and when we pass this tax, we'll be sure to allocate that tax money only to that county.
Got it, yeah, because I was not familiar with the maintenance tax concept, but it's kind of like a way to fund out-of-district service, I guess.
Right. The other thing makes us a little unique, and I'm going to quit talking after this because y'all are asking great questions, is that in the previous 7 examples in the state, most of those were using that original tax money to build facilities. Well, since we've been there so long, we already own significant facilities. So this money is going to be used mainly to decrease the cost to the residents, to help with some dual credit programs we do with all the county high schools. And then my concern as the president is that we're going to be asked to stand up a significant program soon, and we're not going to be able to do it financially without some assistance.
But this concept has been voted by the residents or will be voted on?
The way the process works, this is the first step for the rest of the process. After this, it will be up to the Wichita County taxpayers to vote.
So it's their call.
Yes, sir. It's still their call. Yes, sir.
Got it. So I move that we.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the proposal by Mr. Wilson. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Campbell. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate
it. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 9G, and that is consideration of adopting the certification advisory councils to the commission and the commissioners and the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request of Southwest School of Art for a 4th certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you, Dr. Farias. Southwest School of Art in San Antonio is seeking approval for its 4th certificate of authority to award a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree. A certificate of authority is issued for 2-year periods. Institutions may be granted successive certificates of authority for a total of 8 years. After 8 years, absent sufficient cause, the institution must have obtained accreditation from an accrediting agency recognized by the coordinating board. The certificate of authority would be SSA's final certificate of authority and would be valid from January 2020 to January 2022. The committee's recommendation to the board is for approval with the stated conditional requirements included in the board materials, primarily focused on ensuring that the institution keeps staff informed of any difficulties they encounter while seeking accreditation from SAC-COC. An institutional representative is here if there are any questions.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Kevin Conlon.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to talk.
Would you like to give a presentation?
Sure. My time with Southwest School of Art is about 2 years now. I joined the school in January 2018 when they were in the process of making an initial, not an application per se, but they were running their application by SAC-COC staff. And a few of the issues that were identified by SAC-COC staff prior to us going to the CNR committee were clarified. And we've since been working to rectify those issues with the intent on submitting an application shortly after our next audit, likely in early summer of this next year.
Okay. Of course, Dr. Servano had discussions about the fourth certificate, and so there's a lot of complexity to these certificates. As we know, and Commissioner, we're going to be working on that as a board, and we'll bring everybody up to speed on that. But any questions or comments from the board for our guest, Mr. Conlon? Here,
I guess, so I don't really understand the certificate process, but it's not really my...
I bring that up.
No. That's not my question. Why does it take so long to get accreditation from SAC-COC? Is that, what's the process? I mean, because it just seems like, we have these number of institutions in it, and it just takes forever. I mean, is that correcting deficiencies in the program, or is it going back and forth, or are they just bureaucratic and slow?
Well, our primary obstacle has been one that's financial, as we've moved from an unregulated environment, operating just a school that offered community classes for youth and adults, to one that offered a BFA program. We had to shift our entire financial model and adopt new budgeting processes, new reporting processes, et cetera. And in the process of making those changes, we did not hit some of the check marks that are associated with SAC-COC qualifications for application. And that was the holdup for us.
And so you kind of mentioned financial issues. Were they mostly financial, or were they also academic?
We have no academic issues other than SAC-COC having some concerns about our consortial arrangement with the San Antonio Public Library. We have a very unique arrangement where they hold our collection for us up on the second floor. They're just across the campus from us, literally across the street. So our students use that as a resource. And we have a librarian on staff now that helps to sort of coordinate the needs of the students and faculty in the use of that library, both in terms of programming, but also in terms of managing the collection. So that was the only other obstacle that SAC-COC had.
So by implication, they have a requirement that any school has to have a library. And you didn't have one, you used the one across the street.
No, we had a library, sir. I apologize for not making that clear. We had a consortial arrangement with a library. We had a collection. We moved that collection to the library, entered into a partnership agreement with them. And their concern was that we did not actually have a librarian, somebody on staff. We've since rectified that by hiring a librarian. And so now our only barrier to accreditation is making sure that we have 3 years of finances that are what SAC-COC terms as being net positive from operations. That is, that our programming is demonstrably able to sustain itself.
So, Commissioner, I don't know if this is really off topic or something, but it keeps coming up, this accreditation stuff. Anyway, it would seem like appropriate in future board meetings to maybe have a review, of SAC COC and accreditation process, because I know nothing about it, and anyway, I think it fits into the not the purview of what we approve, but rather it's integral to some of these approvals that we make.
So I'd agree with you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple of things on that. One is, our new Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs is served on the board of SAC COC. So we've got sort of a unique inside perspective on some of these the operations and discussions. Of course, nationally, there's an important discussion just starting to bubble up about accreditation processes, and questions about, are they too focused on inputs and assumptions about traditional modes of delivery. And as we're working on streamlining our processes in Texas, I think it's really valuable for us to consider how we position ourselves in that larger national conversation. I think there are opportunities for us to engage directly with SACs and encourage them to update their processes so they could be a little more nimble.
And this is for the school to continue to offer degrees with their fourth certificate of authority.
We offer a single we offer a single Bachelor of Fine
Is your
Arts.
microphone pressed? Is it on red? Because it's kind of hard to hear.
I apologize. This is new technology to me.
Okay, no
I'm
problem.
an artist. We offer a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in Fine Arts with 7 different emphases, but just a single degree.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the proposal?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Williams. I have a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Schwartz. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to agenda items 9H, I, and J, and they're on the consent calendar, so we can go on to agenda item 9K, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the approval to issue a request for proposals for the evaluation of co-requisite models required by the Texas Success Initiative. Jarrell Booker will be presenting this item. Welcome, Jarrell.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me okay? I didn't know if the mic was fine. As some of you may recall, about 2 sessions ago, the legislature passed House Bill 2223 that required institutions to offer co-requisite models. And for those who don't know what that is, what happens is if students are unable to demonstrate college readiness, they're required to take developmental education classes or get some form of remediation or supplemental support. Sometimes that would lead to students not graduating quickly, cost more money, time to degree issues and things of that sort. So with this bill, it's requiring institutions to offer this co-requisite model. And what we've been doing over the last 2 years is institutions have been implementing this co-requisite model where they take a developmental class and their college level class at the exact same time. So you kind of get that just-in-time support that you may need for those particular courses. In that, we are now looking to evaluate those programs and seeing what are most efficient, what are the best ways to do this, what are the best models, and we're seeking the ability to put out an RFP to get independent evaluators for these projects, and then kind of drive future professional development, future technical assistance, and future policy considerations. So we're hoping to get approval for that RFP to find these evaluators. Thank you. I'm here for any questions.
Okay. Any discussion or any further questions for Jarrell? If not, do I have a motion to adopt the committee's recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Raven. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Williams. Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 9L, which is on the consent calendar. And then on to agenda item 9M, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the approval to issue a request for applications for the nursing, allied health, and other health-related education grant programs. Dr. Silverman will be presenting the item.
Thank you, Dr. Farias. The committee's recommendation is for approval. The Nursing, Allied Health, and Other Health-Related Education Grant Program was established in 1999 as a result of the state's tobacco lawsuit settlement. Grants are funded by the interest earnings from the permanent fund for the program. House Bill 1401, passed by the last legislative session, directs the coordinating board to continue prioritizing the state's nursing shortage through the program. The committee's recommendation is to publish a request for applications from Texas public and independent institutions of higher education that offer programs leading to the initial licensure of registered nurses. Approximately $5 million is available for grant awards in fiscal year 2020. Pending approval, the RFA would be released in the spring with awards announced in the summer. The RFA will support efforts to reduce barriers that limit student enrollment and completion and would support nursing programs' expansion of clinical training into high-need settings. The committee recommendation is for approval.
Thank you. Any questions or discussions, Dr. Silverman, on this topic? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Campbell, a second? Second by Ms. Schwartz. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, that motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 9N is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to approval to issue a request for applications for the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Basic Grant Program. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you. The committee's recommendation is approval to issue a request for applications for the Perkins Basic Grant for fall 2021, pending receipt of funding from the Texas Education Agency. The coordinating board is the state's subrecipient of the federal Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act funding and administers the Perkins Basic Formula Grants. Fiscal year 2021 will include new required elements to the four-year state plan. Perkins grants provide support for career and technical programs at Texas public community and technical colleges. These grants are awarded annually and are based on the formula prescribed by the Federal Perkins Act. Each eligible institution is entitled to an allotment that is determined by the total number of students reported by the institution who are enrolled in career and technical programs and receive Pell Grants. Eligible institutions in Texas include all 50 community college districts, 3 Lamar State colleges, and Texas State Technical College. Again, the committee's recommendation is approval to release the RFA.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or discussion on this proposal?
How many dollars are involved?
Roughly $30 million are available for the entire Perkins project.
For the state of Texas or everywhere?
That's the coordinating board's portion that comes over from.
So we're delegated 30 million and then we.
Right. Yes. And we have about 3 million of that go to leadership grants. And we do have some for administration of the Perkins grant as well. But the bulk of the money does go for the basic allotment.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Williams. Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. We're moving on to agenda item 9O, which is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to approval to issue a request for applications for the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Leadership Grant Program. Dr. Silverman.
Thank you, Dr. Frias. The committee recommendation is for approval pending receipt of funding from the Texas Education Agency. In addition to the Perkins Basic Formula Grants, the board also provides leadership grants to support initiatives that align with federal and state goals. The committee's recommendation is to publish an RFA for fiscal year 2021. The state's public two-year colleges are eligible to apply, and the grants are competitive. In fiscal year 2021, there will be approximately $3 million available to award under the Leadership Grant Program. State leadership grants address overall advancement of career and technical education, address special populations, partnerships with educational agencies, workforce development boards, and others, and include a sustainability plan and budget for continuation of the project's activities after funding ends. Again, the committee's recommendation is for approval.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion of the board? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Raven, a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Campbell. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Agenda items 9P, Q, and R are all on the consent calendar. So we move to agenda item 9S, which is consideration of adopting the Information Technology Program of Study Advisory Committee's recommendation to the board relating to courses required for the Cloud Computing Program of Study. We have Dr. David Abarca, who's the chair, and Mr. Francisco Salinas, co-chair of the Information Technology Program of Study Advisory Committee, along with Dr. Robin Garrett, Deputy Chancellor, Academic and Student Success, Central Texas College. They will be presenting this item.
And Dr. Farias, before they begin, I just want to make a few just introductory remarks. The next few items reflect the work of the Information Technology Program of Study Advisory Committee and include the Advisory Committee's recommendations on 4 workforce programs. The Information Technology Program of Study Advisory Committee was charged with identifying programs of study to be developed within the Information Technology Career Cluster. A career cluster is a broad grouping of occupations or workforce areas with related knowledge, skills, and abilities. A program of study is a sequence of courses students must complete in order to develop the foundational skills for an entry-level position in a workforce career or occupation. A student enrolled in a board-approved program of study at a community or technical college who transfers to another community or technical college receives credit toward the degree program for the block of courses transferred, and the credit applies to the program into which the student transfers. A table of the courses to be included in each program of study is provided in your board materials. And I will now hand this over to my colleagues. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have had the opportunity in the past to address a new area. As you may or may not know, there's roughly 3 billion people in the world currently on the internet. Most of you, if not all of you, are currently using cloud services. Whether you realize it or not, if you use Gmail or any of the other mail services, if you're doing online shopping, online banking, you are in fact using cloud services. If you would like for me to explain to you in detail about what exactly the cloud is and exactly how it works, that would take a much longer amount of time than I'm sure I have. But what we have done is we've gotten together, we have established through a series of well-orchestrated meetings that were also, we were very, very fortunate to have in attendance representatives from Amazon, Google, and Rackspace. And I helped us identify through direct questions exactly what were the skills required by incoming employees. What did they require them to know? I heard discussions earlier about apprenticeships and the opportunity to learn once they went to work for the company, and we asked those kinds of questions. You know, do they need to have a particular skill level? And most of them responded there was a minimum skill level, and then depending upon what they needed to do, each job came with a set of skills taught by the individual company to the individual person to complete their actual job needed within the organization. So what we were looking at doing was developing 4 different programs. We looked at cloud computing in general, cloud computing and security as it relates, and then looking more at the data analytics, the data management and data analytics. Those were the 4 areas that were identified to us by the the largest users of cloud computing infrastructure in the world.
Thank you. Mr. Salinas, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, actually, just to add a little bit to what my colleague here was saying, all these things have been, it's a collection of data that comes from industry leaders. So I think that's really important, because what that means is that once the students complete these set of courses, it's not just going to be easier for them to transfer to other college or university if needed, but it will also give them the opportunity to get a job in the industry when it comes to cloud or cybersecurity itself.
Dr. Garrett, welcome.
Good morning. I'm actually here representing the Workforce Education Advisory Committee, the WECM Advisory Committee, and Joyce Williams is the chair, and I serve on that committee. Part of the development of these programs of study included a review of the current courses that are in the Workforce Education Course Manual, and we held a workshop that included the industry professionals aforementioned as well as others that advised us on what needed to be in the courses. And so 6 of the existing courses were tweaked to ensure that they would cover the material necessary, and 4 additional courses were added to the Workforce Education Course Manual to allow for these programs of study to be fully developed in a subsequent workshop that included the industry professionals as well as over 20 faculty from across the state in both workshops. One of the things that is very interesting about this whole process is there's 25 community colleges in the state, which is unprecedented, ready to implement this program of study once it's approved. And that was all generated from the work that was done in those 2 workshops. Over half of the community colleges in the state participated in these workshops too.
And we had, if I may also add, we had the unique opportunity to create a new word, the word being cloudify. We were able to take existing courses and cloudify the courses, essentially adding some additional student outcomes that related specifically to distributed, what we refer to as distributed computing systems, which are cloud-based systems.
And one more thing, a very important point about these programs of study is they're generic. They're not on one specific cloud platform. They will, what the students learn will apply to all of the platforms.
Yes, Chairman Stedman.
Okay, I've got a question, which, it maybe kind of came up yesterday, and I was just kind of curious. But it may be beyond what you can say in like a couple of minutes. So the cloud is really a collection of servers, right? This data repository. What keeps presumably it's duplicated, they're replicated in different locations, right? So you have one location goes down. What's to prevent, is there like a single entry point into all those servers at one location that somebody with the right password could get all of the data?
Yes.
That's bad.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So anyway, so why?
Hence, we have the core of the program of study under cloud and security. The unfortunate reality of technology is that if you can access anything remotely with access to the proper credentials, username and password, so can anyone else.
But the way like a cloud or a server complex is set up, I mean, is there a master password that goes to everyone, or is it just somebody's particular data that it's segregated?
It is segregated, and it is also set up in redundant systems. So you may have systems from Seattle to North Carolina and a number of redundant areas in between. And the way the World Wide Web works is at any moment it's going to find perhaps not the shortest path between you and whichever one of those locations is designated. It's going to find its way into one of the systems, and then redundantly, it's going to be moved out to all the systems almost instantaneously.
So part of your course recommendation is the security. So you make sure that those credentials are robust, they're changed, all that stuff, because that's a big deal.
All the practical things that we should be doing with our AOL accounts and bank accounts and credit card accounts every day, yes.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Is it time to take a break, sir? Everybody can go change their passwords right now.
Mr. Wilson?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Schwartz?
Thank you. It seems with the pace of change happening in IT, which has been unprecedented, and I guess in any industry in history, I think this partnership with industry to make sure that the curriculum being developed is applicable today. The question I have is, given the pace of change, how often are we reviewing other IT curricula and making sure that they stay up to date, and even these in 5 years may be outdated?
I've had the opportunity to work multiple times with WECM. Until recently, Del Mar College was, in fact, the state skills standard-based institution for both networking and cybersecurity. What we teach is primarily foundational skills. The foundational skills do not change. The application of the technological foundation changes quite frequently, but the foundational concepts do not change. It's still the same ones and zeros that they started with back in the
Yeah, but
30.
adding to what he's saying, I mean, in answering to your question, I agree with you. It is critical. So, we're constantly looking at different things, at the different trends, and all these changes, of course, need to be taken into consideration, and we do take them in consideration. So, yeah, sometimes you have to create new courses, sometimes even from scratch, right? Because those need technologies that don't exist. Like you said, 5 years ago, technologies were totally different. So, of course, there's nothing that's going to like for us, for colleges or universities to use. So as we go, we have to be developing, and all this development that we do for our courses to teach our students the latest and greatest technologies, it has to be, we've been blessed, I guess, to have industry leaders that are always helping us, and they give us that feedback. So everything that we develop for our students is based on the feedback that we get from the people that are using these technologies in the industry. So, and the reason we do that is, of course, so we can stay relevant, and our students are learning these new techniques that we're talking
Mr. Anwar?
Yeah. Let me just share my personal experience with you guys. I went to Russia last summer, and I was trying to get the tickets to the World Cup final. So apparently I made some calls. One was my friend President George Bush, other was John Bolton at the White House. Ever since, my telephone never works. This is my 6th telephone. They hacked my numbers. They have messed it up, so there is nothing secure about iCloud or anything. I talked to the Secret Service at the White House. They say you should never take your telephone or anything this is pertinent, leave it, take an ordinary telephone for temporary use.
Yeah.
And so
Buy a burner phone just as though you were a drug dealer anytime going to Russia, China. That's just practicality. I do want to share with you all one other thing that we did. We did have the opportunity to ask each one of those technical leaders what were the interview aspects of incoming employees. None of them ask technology-based questions. So from the changes in technology that are ongoing, they will change that. They will provide that to their employees. Most of what they asked were the one thing that our millennials lack, which is soft skills. how well do you work in teams, because you're going to be working on projects in teams. And it's those types of skills, in addition to foundational concepts, that we really need to work on with our students.
One other thing that's happening, actually coincidentally tomorrow, is we are doing a workshop to update the content of some of the courses right here at the coordinating board that actually fall into some of these programs also.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you for clarifying that, because that was part of my question. I don't need to know what the cloud is, I just need to know where it is.
Everywhere.
Because I have lost things over the years, and I'm looking, it must be in the cloud, and I just need to know.
It's everywhere all the time.
So the advisory committee has gotten together and come up with a recommended curriculum or requirements to qualify for this kind of program and degree, and if we approve it, then that's going to be recommended to universities to then go out and adopt. Is that?
That's
where we
correct.
are?
We first we have to create this program of study in cloud computing, and then we have actually the next 4 agenda items are looking at each one of those areas, those sub areas of cloud computing.
So what are we approving in this agenda item? Just
It is the program of study for cloud computing.
All right, so I move that we
Okay.
approve the
Motion by
program.
Mr. Wilson to...
Second.
Second by Mr. Raven. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, that motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 9T is the consideration of adopting the Information Technology Program of Study Advisory Committee's recommendation to the board relating to courses required for the cloud support and cybersecurity program of study. Dr. Silverman.
Again, the Program of Study Advisory Committee recommends approval for the courses to be included in the cloud support and cybersecurity curriculum.
Any comments?
Well, and once again, over the last 15 or 20 years, we used to have stovepipe areas of education in networking and security. And what has happened is, because of the cloud, because of the nature of technology and our remote access, these two separate areas have become closer and closer and closer, to the point that they are now two sides of the same coin. And you really can't implement any one area without understanding and or taking into consideration the cybersecurity implications of what you're doing. And so this is an opportunity. While some institutions can provide cloud computing, there are others, such as ours. I'm the program director for networking and cybersecurity for Del Mar College. We have far more experience in the cybersecurity side than do other institutions. But yet, as that skill-based standards, we turn over all of our curricula, all of our literature, all of our syllabi to any institution in the state of Texas that is interested in teaching what we teach.
Very good. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Schwarzenauer, she just pointed out to me, you said all the employers, the only questions they asked were about the soft skills training?
Soft skills, while there were certain...
My question is, where do they get that training?
From individual instructors. There's really not a soft skills course. Your parents taught you to always say yes, sir, and no, sir, and yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, and we simply don't teach those soft skills other than through interaction with the students in classrooms, where they address, I tell my students, I don't mind if you call me Dr. Abarca, Mr. Abarca, David Abarca, but you can't call me hey or dude. That's kind of where those soft skills are introduced, and it's simply generational by the instructors themselves. There are very few soft skills classes. We offer, as all RECM courses, programs require an internship. In my internship, I use a textbook that is strictly soft skills, and I do that in the internship, which would also be required in this program.
In our institution, I work for South Texas College. I'm a professor there at South Texas College. And some of the things that we do to work on the soft skills, because it's always the same complaint that we have from our advisory committee members. They say, your students are awesome when it comes to technologies. They know what they're doing. They know how to do the configurations, the security part. But when it comes to the interview, right, which is the part of the soft skills, they need to improve. So because of that, those comments, I mean, we've been doing other activities with the students to improve those skills. Some in the classroom, for instance, we have the students work in groups. We tell them when you're working industry, more than likely you're not going to be working by yourself. Kind of like what my colleague here was saying. I mean, we have the students work in groups so they can develop those skills. And also, we have other departments at the college, the career department, that they help us there. They do like mock interviews for the students. So we have like a career day. We bring people from industry, and then some of them, what they do, they do mock interviews. You see, so that also helps the students to engage with real industry leaders, so they can start working on those skills. And then at the very end of the associate's degree, they have to complete 160 clock hours in the industry. So they go and to a company, and of course in the IT area, and they shadow one of their technicians, and of course they're learning. They're not leading because they're not getting paid. I mean, they're just doing their internship. So that also gives them that opportunity to interact with other people and develop their soft skills. So those are the different approaches that we've been taking to help
that
with the soft skills.
160-hour internship is probably the most successful program when it comes to soft skills, because I know many of my students come back and I ask them about what was the most, the biggest challenge of your internship, and it was, talking to people. They do really well with things that plug in, but the things that don't plug in, they tend to struggle with.
Yeah, usually the first semester, you see some of the students are really shy, and we catch that in the classroom. They do presentations. They do like a final project at the end of each course of our technical course. And then we see the student in the first semester, and then you see them at the very end. I mean, very outspoken. I mean, there is a big difference. So they get to develop that through the 2 years that they spend
Well, I
there with
only
us.
ask because it's not an issue that's limited to your study. It's a very, very important
across the
issue
board.
with young people that aren't learning how to work and play well with others.
I think in addition to the soft skills, it's the familiarization with the different industries. If you're going to focus on healthcare or banking or education and apply this general skill to those areas, I think often people in the industry feel that the IT people don't understand the nuances of that industry, and it creates some conflict.
We do bring in speakers from banking, from hospitals, from school districts, and they do short sessions with our students telling them what a day is like. We bring in those technicians that are working there. And they're saying, you have to be able to talk to teachers. You have to be able to talk to principals and, assistant principals and directors and, bank tellers and all these different folks in the industry. And so they don't go blindly out there. And so, it's kind of hard to set out the perfect mock situation, because I've been in this field for 40, 50 years, and no 2 days are the same.
So Dr. Abarca, you're at Del Mar College. I went
Yes,
to
sir.
Tom Brown Junior High, 9th grade. How long has Del Mar College been there? It's been a long time.
We just celebrated I think we are in our 77th year.
I know. I mean, it's been a while since I was in 9th grade, but that's in Corpus Christi. For those of you that don't know, Del Mar College it's got a great history in Corpus Christi. And Mr. Salinas, I'm from McAllen. Which STC campus are you with?
My office is at the technology campus, because that's where we're at, but we also teach at the Pecan campus.
The Pecan,
So right now, we're trying to
Great.
expand to there's a new, I don't know if you're aware, there's a new regional Center for Public Safety in FAR.
Yes, I
So
was
we're-
there with the governor.
Yeah,
We did
we're
the,
building
the,
we're building a cybersecurity lab there at the regional center,
Yes.
because we want to do trainings and
work
for
with the Border Patrol and all
Yes,
public
sir.
safety. Yes, the governor was there.
Yes, sir.
I was there with him when we did the opening celebration.
with
So
Dean
that's-
Reyna. Dr. Reed.
Yes,
Yes.
Dr.
Yeah.
Shirley Reed.
Yeah,
and
I work
Dr.
with Dean
Reyna. I know
Reyna.
them
Dean
well.
Reyna
Tell
is
them I say hello.
my supervisor.
Yes, yes, very good. Thank you for all the work that y'all do. In fact,
Mr.
I was
Campbell,
yes.
since you have a football interest, I will tell you that my last football game was against Tom Brown, middle school.
Yes.
And I awoke, I think it was 2 days later, from my concussion that I got at that game.
I would have gone to Carroll High School, but we'll move back home to the Valley. Speaking of that, we were talking about nursing shortage. I was also at STC with Dr. Reed, and they just recently, our board approved the BSN nursing program, which there's very few in community colleges, as y'all know. So that's great, I think, to help with our nursing shortage. So those are things I think we need to work closer with community colleges as far as healthcare shortage needs.
As a matter of fact, we would like to, perhaps in the future, be in front of you to look at a bachelor's program in information security, too.
No, that's great. I figured that would probably be the next step, which would be great. Any other comments or questions for the panel? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Torn, second by Mr. Raven. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Two more on the topic with the same panel. The first one is Agenda Item 9U, consideration of adopting the Information Technology Program of Study Advisory Committee's recommendation to the board relating to courses required for the Cloud Computing Data Science Program of Study. Dr. Silverman.
IT Program of Study Advisory Committee recommends approval for the courses to be included in the Cloud Computing Data Program of Study curriculum.
Comments on this program?
That's what the cloud holds, is data.
Just data? Okay. Any questions or comments on this one?
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Wilson, second by Mr. Raven. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Agenda Item 9V is consideration of adopting the Information Technology Program of Study Advisory Committee's recommendation to the board relating to courses required for the Cloud Computing Data Analysis Program of Study. Dr. Silverman?
Thank you, Dr. Farias. The IT Program of Study Advisory Committee recommends approval for the courses to be included in the Cloud Computing and Data Analytics Program of Study curriculum.
Any comments by the panel on this one?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Raven, second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. I'd like to also thank you all for being here and congratulations.
Thank you.
And I'd like
Ladies
to
and gentlemen, we appreciate it.
thank you for coming here from Corpus and the Valley, McAllen. And Ms. Garrett, where are you? Central Texas College, where is that exactly?
In Killeen.
Killeen,
Right across
oh.
from Fort Hood.
Good. One of my good friends, eye doctor friend like me, lives in Killeen, so I know it well.
Very
Thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you.
Dr. Silverman, I want to thank you for all the hard work. Mary as well, for our committee, helping us on this committee. This committee, we go through it, it seems like pretty quickly, but let me tell you, there's a lot of detail work and a lot of work that the staff does. So I want to compliment the staff for all the work that they do to prepare for these proposals. As Chairman Stedman and Commissioner and I have talked about, this is a really important area of the coordinating board approving programs, the degree programs, and there's a lot of time that the institutions and everyone puts into it, and the staff as well. So I wanted to let you know that thank you, and we appreciate the work that you all do.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Chairman, this concludes the committee report for the Academic and Workforce Success Committee.
And the rocks cried out.
I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Farias, and I want to thank both chairmen, Chairman Anwar and Chairman Farias, for moving this along and getting us right on time. The next item on our agenda is always my favorite, and this is particularly special today. We have an update on the implementation of House Bill 3, the 86th legislature, and implications for higher education. We are honored to have Commissioner Mike Morath here with us today to present that topic to us and answer questions. Commissioner Morath, thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedule to join us today. I think, as you know, higher ed and public ed, or K through 12, are joined at the hip, and You know, it's including, we've had discussions this morning about, you know, the role of the Workforce Commission, you know, the tri-agency initiatives. And so anyway, it's an honor to have you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I will say it has been, I had a tremendous privilege working with Dr. Paredes the last 4 years of my tenure, and I'm very honored to work with Commissioner Keller in the new role. He has brought an energy to our tri-agency work that is phenomenal, brings tremendous strategic insights. It's very exciting to see the new leadership team announcement today. So it's always a pleasure to talk to him and interact with him. And our work, even in the first couple of months that he's been here, we've worked to tighten our integration in all the areas where our work overlaps, which is a significant number of areas. So I'm very optimistic about the future. And more so because of House Bill 3. So if you like the segue, so let me just start with a high-level paint the picture of student performance in Texas today in the K-12 system. So as I'm sure you're well aware, in both higher ed and in K-12, we have a sort of never-ending sea of data points that we can look at. And it is sometimes difficult to make sense of broad trends in performance with all of the competing and sometimes conflicting data points. These are about 10 or so metrics that we look at that we think are sort of good emblematic pictures of aggregate performance. And so I'll just walk through this bar chart with you that you see over there on the big screen. We start with 5-year-olds. Every kindergartner in Texas gets a preliminary literacy diagnostic when they enter sometime generally in September. And each one of those diagnostics provides an overall determination of is the student ready for kindergarten lessons in literacy. So you think your letter sounds, the stuff that you're going to do. And right now, 52% of kindergartners are ready for kindergarten. That is 5% higher than it was last year. And that number in and of itself, we could spend the rest of our time today talking about, because ultimately, until we drive that number up in terms of readiness, what we're doing is making the job of ensuring that the system works writ large very difficult. Because you can imagine how challenging it is if you have a 5-year-old that is, say, a year behind developmentally. While they're in kindergarten, the teacher has to get a year and 3 months worth of gain out of them. In first grade, that has to happen again. In second grade, that has to happen again. And in third grade, that has to happen again. And if that level of perfection happens, then we have got that kid caught up. We look at these performance numbers not just to get an aggregate sense of performance, but to inform action planning, because our job is to make our students better prepared for success in this country, and it requires a real system-level commitment. Fast forward, say, 4 or 5 years after the pre-K experience, where you're viewing what happens from that in kindergarten readiness. Third grade reading and third grade math, slightly under half of our students are on grade level in reading and math, although you can see that is up 2 percentage points year over year. Fast forward 5 years after that, and we're now north of 50% of students who are meeting grade level standards in reading and mathematics. The SAT or ACT bar is, you'll notice, noticeably low on this chart. Just to be clear, that is not the TSI threshold. We have defined in Texas, for the purposes of placing out of remedial education, being able to take college classes for credit, it is a 10-10 on the SAT and I think a 21 on the ACT. However, the SAT's data and the ACT's data are based on the correlation between performance levels and student success. And the SAT says an 11-10 or higher is correlated with a 75% chance of getting a C or better your freshman year in college, and a 24 or higher on the ACT is correlated with a 75% chance of getting a C or higher. So the TSI standard is slightly lower than that. I like to look at the SAT, ACT standard because I can look at that yardstick for the last 20 years and get a good measured sense of performance. What it shows is that 18% of our students are meeting that benchmark at graduation. That's the sort of higher level rigor of the SAT or the ACT. And that number has been about the same for like 20 years in the state of Texas, although that sort of belies some improvements that have happened because we have a significantly higher number of low-income students relative to what we used to, and our numbers are basically getting better for every student population, but in the aggregate, they're not necessarily getting better. Our four-year high school graduation rate is at 90%. That is an all-time high. We've sort of plateaued, as it were, at 90%, but it is actually pretty difficult to get much higher than 90% because that's pretty close to 100. That puts us in the top 5 of all states in the country. We have, and of all the other states in the country that are in the top 5 with us, nobody has anywhere close to 60% of their kids eligible for a free or reduced lunch, which is what we do have in Texas. The first year after high school, what percentage of kids have enrolled in college? So that is down year over year by 1%, and it has actually trended down since about 2011 in the state of Texas. I think it peaked at like 61. And then 6 years after high school. So you think about our collective goal, the 60 by 30 goal, you'll see our goal is the same as yours. We have aligned the entire accountability system of K-12 to the Higher Education Coordinating Board's 60 by 30 plan. So we want 60% of young people to have earned a credential, be it a trade credential, an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, between their 25th and 34th year of life. That's what we're measuring with the 60 by 30 plan. Well, we're trying to make sure that coming out of K-12, we're working towards that same goal. So 6 years after high school graduation, so we're talking 24-year-olds, what percentage of high school students have obtained either a 4-year bachelor's degree, a 2-year associate's degree, or a trade credential? And we measure that, by the way, wherever they are, so they could leave the state or stay in the state. And that number is 32%, a number that has been largely unchanged for quite some time. So this is the backdrop of performance that we face. These are the numbers that we're trying to move, and of course these numbers all represent the lives of kids. Moving the percentage of kids who meet grade level by 10% is another 40,000 kids who are on path to access the same American dream that we have accessed with our level of education. So we're pretty intentional about trying to improve performance for students. And House Bill 3 is one massive shot in the arm for that. The last bit I'll talk about on performance before we get into House Bill 3 specifics is we analyze the performance of all of our K-12 schools on a tiered scale. The nomenclature is very simple for the public, A through F. And what you see here is the distribution of campuses last year and the distribution of campuses this year. So year over year, we have seen improvement in the broad distribution of campuses around the state, and that's consistent with those percentage increases that you saw on the prior page. So this is good news. And perhaps the most compelling piece of information you're going to get out of our performance review is that if you look at extremely high poverty campuses, I think we can all agree that if you have the choice, choose rich parents. But since we generally don't have that choice, we need to make sure that our system of education is delivering good outcomes regardless of family circumstance. And can we ensure that we are delivering an educational opportunity for kids from predominantly low-income backgrounds that equips them for the same level of success as kids from upper-income backgrounds. And we have 296 campuses around the state of Texas that are extremely high poverty, that have still earned an A, the highest level of performance distinction in our A through F system. So we know that poverty is not destiny. We know that with intentional planning and focused efforts that we can achieve extraordinary outcomes, even from kids that are coming from households that have to struggle just to make sure there's food on the table. But it doesn't make it easy. That's 11% of all high poverty campuses in the state of Texas. So there's still a lot of campuses that are high poverty that have not reached that level of achievement. So our broad strategic plan is designed around a bunch of different levers to focus on to try to drive improvements. What do we do to improve our support for teachers? What do we do in the early years to establish strong foundational skills for kids? What do we do at the high school space so that our integration between high school and higher ed is as seamless as possible? And then what do we do to make sure that there aren't any low-performing schools in Texas, that we raise the educational floor so that every kid has access to a quality education to equip them for life in this country. This is our strategic plan, and House Bill 3 is perhaps the most expansive act of legislative policy to drive outcomes forward for kids, quite possibly in the history of the state. It is a massive increase in funding. Our annual state spend prior to the bill was about $64 billion per year. It is now going to be closer to $67 billion per year. It's a $3.4 billion year-over-year increase in total K-12 spend. But if all you do is pay attention to that funding increase, you miss a lot of nuance in terms of what the bill does, because it has not just new money. It is the way the school finance system has been restructured that it is so powerful and really puts Texas in a league of its own in terms of its commitment to its children. There are significant supports in the bill to improve our support of the teaching profession. I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. There's a radical step forward in our commitment to equity to ensure that property wealth does not matter, that schools are funded based upon need and the neediest students are funded the most. There are significant educational reforms built into the bill to change the practice of teaching and learning and the structure of school systems to drive outcomes up for kids in ways that are aligned with the best evidence that we have. And then last but not least, taxes are going down. Property taxes get reduced in every school district in the state, starting this year and actually continuing to decline year over year thereafter. It's a fascinating interplay, and it still is, in fact, the money all checks out. So let's do a little bit of a dive. We'll start on the equity side. So the map you see on the right is a map of the density of poverty broken down by census block groups. Red is the sort of wealthiest level of neighborhoods, and green is the highest poverty level neighborhoods in Texas. What the state did was, for students who are low income themselves, the state increased funding for all of those students by I can't remember exactly how much, but I think the low end was about $1,000 per kid. So year over year, for every low-income student in Texas, there's about $1,000 more on the table for them. But if they're from the most extreme poverty neighborhoods, think about a neighborhood where the sort of ratio of felons to college graduates is upside down. It's actually about $1,700 more money for kids that are coming from those neighborhoods. So it's a tiered structure designed to get the most financial resources to the places that are in the most need of those financial resources. This is an unprecedented structure of distribution of funds for low-income kids, not just in Texas, but nationally. I mean, I'm driven to do this work because I love children, but also because I am governed by a creed that says that you do for the least of my brothers, you do for me. We have a school finance system that is built around that creed. It's quite remarkable. In addition, there were a number of underlying mechanical changes in the system in terms of ways districts would receive funding that were sort of flukes of a variety of circumstance. Did an ExxonMobil plant happen to be built in your ISD? Was median wage data in 1987 higher or lower in your particular ISD? These flukes of the system drove some inequity in terms of how students were funded. Virtually all of those have been eliminated, so that every student in Texas is funded based upon the need of the student, not based upon some sort of property wealth characteristics of the district. And when you consider the level of equity that exists in the Texas school finance system as a result of House Bill 3, there's likely nothing that compares to it nationally. There are kids in New Jersey where you can cross the street and a kid is magically worth an extra $20,000 in the school finance system. And that just does not happen in Texas. We fund students based upon student need, not based upon district characteristics. There's a couple of exceptions to that, but they're fairly minor and they're actually rational. Moving past the equity picture, let's talk about what we've done for teachers. So there's been a massive infusion of resources devoted to teacher salaries. So if you think there was a $3.4 billion increase in net spending in Texas, the legislature said devote at least a third of that to teacher pay increases. So we've increased teacher pay throughout the system by an aggregate of about $1 billion this year, actually more than that because most districts did more than that. And the minimum salary schedule went up by as much as $9,000. So for districts that are subject to the minimum salary schedule, which is districts in rural Texas, we've seen a significant raising of teacher salaries. But more so than that, there is a new incentive funding system for teachers in the system that has been designed with the goal of getting Texas teachers to reach six-figure salaries while they still are practicing classroom teachers. And it is an optional program that districts choose to do. And it's basically, if you will commit to really identifying the level of performance of your talent, can you differentiate from average, from good, from great, from truly outstanding? And if you're committed to equity, putting your most effective teachers in your neediest schools, your highest poverty schools, your most rural schools, you will draw down significant amounts of new money from the state for each one of those teachers. And the funding infusion ranges from $3,000 to $32,000 per year per teacher. That is not a small amount of money to give somebody a pay raise. And again, it's designed with an equity lens. So if for those of you familiar with the Dallas area, I compare the tale of two cities, Highland Park ISD and Dallas ISD. Median home value in Highland Park ISD is about $1.4 million. Median home value in Dallas ISD is at least one digit less than that. So what happens for the highest performing teachers in Highland Park is they will get a funding infusion from this incentive, but it'll be on the lower end of the spectrum, the $3,000 to $4,000 range, $6,000 to $7,000 range, $12,000 to $14,000 range. Those same teachers, if they're teaching in one of the highest need schools in Dallas, they're $9,000 or $18,000 or $32,000, which is a very big change in the compensation system because the way that the system works now is basically to pay teachers the same regardless of where they teach. And so not all teaching assignments are equally difficult. So this is again, it's a huge boon to the teaching profession because if we can pay our professionals close to six figures or six figures or more, we're going to keep them in the classroom a lot longer than we otherwise might. But we will also be ensuring that our talent distribution is focused on this issue of the achievement gap in a way that it just doesn't happen in any other state in the country. I think we sometimes lose sight of the fact that it is not dollars that pay kids. It is what the dollars buy, and the dollars buy teachers. And ensuring that we have the best resources in our neediest schools is the fastest, most surefire way to address the achievement gap. So again, the commitment that the legislature has made to equity is, I think, unparalleled in the country, and incidentally, not something they get much credit for in the broader media. There's also additional support for teachers. When we think about onboarding people to this profession, teaching is the hardest job I've ever been exposed to. I ran a software company for a decade. I can tell you it's much easier running a software company than it is running a school. And so we need to have structured processes to onboard and mentor new teachers. So the legislature also stood up a new mentor allotment for a structured mentoring support system for teachers that will work all throughout the state, and that was one of the funding streams in the bill. Moving to some of the other broader education reforms outside of the area of supports for teachers. One of the things that was staring the legislature in the face as they contemplated what to do in House Bill 3 was this graph. And what this graph shows you is two different ways of measuring elementary reading performance. One way of measuring it is on our state tests. So many moons ago we had TOS. A few moons ago we had TAKS. We are now in a time when we call it the STAR test. All throughout that same period, the national government, the federal government, was running NAEP, which is a sort of common assessment in all states. And what you see from this, this graph is that prior to 2007, we were going up. And since 2007, we have basically been going the other direction. And the question is, why is that? One of the reasons is the state made a very significant investment in our teachers in the science of teaching reading in the early 2000s with the reading academies. And the state level investment in reading academies basically fell by the wayside for a variety of different reasons in the late 2000s. And we see the results from it. So the state is going all in on ensuring that every single elementary school teacher in Texas knows exactly how the human mind acquires the skill of reading. And as it turns out, there is in fact a very well-established science base on this. When you think about what it means to learn how to read, part of that is, what do you know? Like if you and I have a conversation about some advanced medical subject, I'm going to be way out over my skis. It's going to be hard for me to track that. What is your background knowledge? What's your vocabulary? What is your comprehension of language generally? And think about that as spoken language. But that actually is not the same thing as taking this two-dimensional sheet of paper in front of me that has all these weird symbols on it and transforming these weird symbols into sounds, and from that making them words. So reading comprehension is a function of two things that you have to invest in: decoding, how to translate written text into words, and language comprehension. So every teacher in Texas is going to have to demonstrate proficiency in the science of teaching reading before they are eligible to earn a teaching certificate that is elementary focused. That was one of the reforms in House Bill 3. This goes into effect in 2021. If you look at the reading rope is what we call that. It's these two sets of skills, the skill of recognizing written words and the skill of broadly comprehending language. And so every K through 3 teacher in the state and every K through 3 principal in the state is going to go through reading academies in addition to making sure that all new teachers are trained on the science of teaching reading. So it's one aspect of this is make sure you know what the science says, and one aspect of this is making sure that you can do what the science says in your classroom. And this is a one-year job-embedded coaching process for every teacher in the state. When you think about the logistics of that, there's only about 100,000 people that have to go through this training in the next 3 years. So we're staying busy over at TEA. Moving past that, the state has made a significant commitment to pre-K. So we have historically funded half-day pre-K for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds from low-income families for about 20 years in this state. We are now making the 4-year-old requirement a full-day requirement and have added quality components to that to ensure that all of our students have access to high-quality full-day pre-K at the 4-year-old space while also ensuring that they have access to pre-K even at the 3-year-old space. And the legislature has asked school districts not to just do this on their own, but to work with private child care providers with Head Start programs that are in their areas, because whether they're educated in a public pre-K facility or in a private child care facility, they're all coming into our school systems, and we need to make sure that we work to both in the aggregate drive cost of service down and drive quality up. So the partnership component of House Bill 3 is also a fascinating new policy development that should bear real fruit for our kids. There's real money behind this. There's an early education allotment. There's also dedicated money for students with dyslexia for the first time in the state's history. And then even dual language has seen a significant funding infusion. So the legislature has created a funding incentive so that kids that are learning English can learn it in a dual language environment, but also kids that are native English speakers can be mixed into the same classrooms and become proficient in Spanish, the goal of biliteracy. That is also a first-of-its-kind innovation in the country. And if you want to put your deep nerd hat on for a second from an ed policy perspective, that is probably the first time in U.S. history that there is a financial incentive that will have the effect of racially integrating at the classroom level. Because what you will see is a large number of Hispanic students who are native Spanish speakers being merged into classrooms with a large number of English native speakers, which many of which are non-Hispanic. which is, when I think about the broad experiment of American democracy and e pluribus unum, something that I am deeply jazzed about. So, in addition, House Bill 3 asks school boards to stay very focused on all of this work. And so every school board in the state has to develop specific, explicit goals and progress monitoring at the school board level around third grade literacy and numeracy, as well as what's happening with college and career readiness coming out of their school systems. And that brings me to the sort of college career military readiness reforms in House Bill 3. The state is now paying for every single student in the state to take the SAT, the ACT, or the TSIA. We've negotiated bulk pricing discounts, so we will likely see 100% of students in Texas taking one of those 3 exams. The SAT, ACT is actually more expensive than the TSIA, but regardless of what you take, it's reimbursed. So we think most state school districts will just have everybody take either the SAT or the ACT. They may also do the TSIA on top of that. In addition, districts that have kids sit for industry-based credentials, so a welding licensure, a Cisco certification, a Child Development Associates, you name it. If the student passes that exam, regardless of the cost of that exam, that's also now paid for by the state. So this will encourage a lot more students to sit for those credentials that are deeply meaningful for their job prospects. Every student in the state must fill out the FAFSA form in order to graduate, or fill out some sort of I don't want to fill out the FAFSA form. So that is going to significantly increase access to student financial aid, especially for first-generation college students in the state of Texas. There is Tech Apps, which was typically not funded under the CTE funding formula, is now funded. So computer science is getting extra CTE funding. And CTE funding has been brought down to 7th grade in the state of Texas. And on top of that, for districts that are morphing their high schools into a P-TECH model, which is an early college high school plus trade model, there's an extra $50 a kid for them to do that. And that's what you see here is the growth of early college, high school, and P-TECH and T-STEM over the years. And so you now have this $50 funding incentive for districts to do this per student. So we should see a significant increase in the rate of P-TECH adoption in the state, which is deeply meaningful because some of our P-TECH high schools are on pace to give 40% of their kids associate's degrees at the time of graduation. And nothing says you're college ready like you've already finished. So the this is a major change, but I would say that one of the biggest financial changes in the bill was the creation of an outcomes bonus for obtaining college, career, military readiness for kids. So low-income kids who obtain college, career, or military readiness at time of graduation result in a $5,000 success bonus being given to their districts. Upper-income kids result in a $3,000 success bonus being given to their kids. And every single special education student who obtains college, career, or military readiness by the time they graduate generates a $2,000 success bonus for their districts. So this will have a significant effect on operations because the definition of college ready, just as a frame of reference, under this statutory framework is not only do you meet the TSI threshold on one of those tests, but also you have to have actually enrolled in college and be taken in attendance in October when they do attendance. So this will create a degree of collaboration between higher ed and K-12 like has never been seen before because K-12 systems are paid to do that. So it's a big, big shift in the incentives of the school finance system. On the continuing the conversation on special education in particular, mainstream funding for special education students was just increased in the aggregate. Again, dyslexia funding was established, and a large number of our students with dyslexia are actually students that are served in a special education setting. And then you get that $2,000 success bonus for every single college, career, military-ready special ed student. So a lot of stuff to reform public education. But wait, there's more. So in addition, we have known since about 1970 that our structure of the calendar is not good for kids. We teach them for about 180 days, then they leave us for about 3 months. They come back to school, and what happens the first month of their next school year? Well, we got to reteach everything they forgot over the summer. The data's been extremely clear for a long time that our approach to the school year is not good for kids. It is particularly not good for kids from a low-income background, because if you are if you go back home and it's like a single mom and she's working all the time, what language exposure, what experiences are you having in the summer? I mean, my kids, we're going to put them in math camp and science camp and music camp all summer long, but that's just not possible for a lot of families. And so we actually see a bifurcation between the haves and the have-nots because of this summer break that gets worse over time. So the legislature says, all right, if you want to add 30 days to your instructional calendar, we will fund it. And when you think about this scale of change of House Bill 3, not only are we working to get teachers to six-figure salaries, not only are we working to make sure that all of our teachers are grounded in the science of teaching reading in all of our schools, not only are we seeing a significant commitment to equity, but the last time we did something with the school calendar in this state was like 1890. So this is a very big change. It's optional. School districts get to choose to do this locally. But the impact that this could have educationally is nothing short of spellbinding. So this was another one of the changes of House Bill 3. And one of the hidden stories of House Bill 3, yes, we increased immediate funding by $3.5 billion per year. But if districts respond to all these incentives that have been created, there's another $4 billion per year on the table that they can access as a result of this new school finance system. It's a very big deal. And that change, again, the funding an extra 30 days of elementary school is a large financial infusion. It can significantly increase teacher pay across the board in elementary school, while also really transforming the educational experience for kids. And last but not least, what does this do to taxes? So the tax structure before was generally most people in Texas paid about $1.04 per $100 of assessed value of property taxes to their local school district. And in some districts, it was $1.17. There's also additional rates of taxation for paying off debt service for buildings, but this is just the operational side of the house. So this framework, where it's sort of $1.04 is the center of gravity and capped at $1.17, all went down. So the center of gravity is now at about 97 cents, and the cap went down to $1.10 this year. So everybody's taxes from a rate perspective got compressed. And then each year thereafter, it will continue to go down because if your values grow by more than 2.5%, the rates just sort of float down, which is a very logical process. Like if my tax base is getting a lot bigger, I should be able to bring rates down just a smidge and even like increase my overall funding. That has not historically been true in the school finance system. It is now true because of the structural reforms in the school finance system. So a huge win for property taxpayers as well, and it creates a balance between the amount of money funded by the state legislature and the amount of money funded by local property tax, unlike we have seen really in the last 50 years in the school finance system. So. Now you know everything there is to know about House Bill 3. This is a very complicated bill. It's 300 pages. Well, we've created a website to explain all of this to whomever wishes to see it, tea.texas.gov/HB3. We actually did a video series, a deep dive on one aspect of the bill, because any aspect of the bill, there's a lot of meat to it. We started that deep dive in late June. We just released our last video. These came out once a week. So it was 6 months worth of videos, deep dives, to explain what's in the bill. That's how comprehensive this is. You are welcome to go watch those videos. They're all posted. I think they're fascinating. My wife thinks they're less fascinating. But there's a lot of good stuff for kids and for teachers in that bill. It's an extraordinary time in K-12 education. I'm very optimistic about what this will do to performance over the next decade in our state. So with that, questions?
Well, that's quite extraordinary, and yes, I'm going to watch the videos. So is your wife also a supporter of math camp? I mean, in other words, are your kids? I mean, that's kind of a little.
Yes, yeah, she's a big supporter. Well, she's a doctor, so I'm the poorly educated member of the household.
She's an eye doctor.
Yeah, that's a tough household. But anyway, so let me ask you a couple of points. one was extension of the 30 days, the other was, adopting the grading of teachers.
The differentiated pay for teachers, yes.
Right. So those are district choices, you said.
That's correct. There's a lot of incentives that were built into the bill. There's some mandates. There's basically the bill increased funding $3.5 billion, and it came with 3 high-level mandates. One is give a big pay raise to your teachers. 2, do pre-K on a full day, and 3, everybody's got to go through the reading academies. Virtually everything else is sort of optional. Local district response.
So my question is, what has been the response? How many districts have for both the extension of the summer as well as the probably as important, maybe more important, the grading of teachers?
Yeah, so we're in early stages. I mean, it's going to take every bit of 5 years to implement this bill from one legislative session. There's no doubt about it. We have north of 200 districts that have expressed an interest in the teacher incentive allotment.
200 out of?
1,200.
Okay.
We're just getting survey data back now on the extended school year. The uptick on that is a little lower than the uptick on the teacher incentive allotment.
So it's odd, of all this stuff, which is extraordinarily exciting, and I think I read some of this stuff, papers and Tribune and Kronberg Report and all that stuff. I mean, this
it's
is
not
really,
nobody really knows this.
No.
Yeah,
and so why is this not highlighted? Why is it just the media doesn't find it interesting, or the readers of the media don't find it interesting?
It is. So I mean, I would just say, like, there's a lot. We did one deep dive on one aspect of the bill. It took us 6 months, and did it one per week, and it took us 6 months to cover all of it. So I think the only way you can really make sense of this to the public is if you're writing a series of stories on this. I mean, I just blurted out to you everything the bill does in if you guys remember those Micro Machine Man commercials from the 80s where the guy's talking really fast, like that was a very quick overview of House Bill 3. It is hard to get all of that into one newspaper story. I've read, of course, all the stories about coverage, and none of them, I think, I've seen at best about 30% of the topics of the bill covered. Almost nobody's covered the extended school year. The teacher incentive allotment got a little bit of ink, but like the implications of it haven't really gotten a whole lot of coverage. These are deeply transformational reforms and represent a moral commitment to children that is somewhat unprecedented. And it's, I mean, I can't explain why, we don't talk about policy. We're probably more interested in poll results. So it's just,
anyway, this is a fantastic introduction. I mean, I'm overwhelmed. This is quite extraordinary, and I'm sure our board has some questions.
Question.
Dr. Frias?
Yes, Commissioner, you mentioned about the media, but what's getting a lot of attention is the money that the legislature allocated, like you mentioned, for teachers. Do each ISD are mandated a certain amount, those exact numbers? Because I've read stories where some ISDs have had some issues with administrations, doing it differently.
So the bill is got several priorities that don't necessarily, they're not necessarily easy to reconcile. So for example, if one of the things you want to do is massively increase equity, what that inherently means is, like, some districts may see a 15% increase in their budget, and some districts may see a 1% increase in their budget. Because how else do you increase equity except change distribution rates? So for teacher pay, what the bill said is that a third of your new money, a minimum of a third of your new money, needs to be spent on pay raises for your staff. Well, I mean, depending upon what district you're in, that could be a very different number. And so as a result, you saw really different responses to the way raises were issued. We actually have a survey that we're fixing to put out on this and report back to the legislature, because they've asked, they want results. They want to know exactly what happened on teacher pay. So we'll be able to report to them by, I think, May at the latest. But that is one of the reasons. It was just the complexity of the bill. There was a broad mandate to increase pay, but a lot of discretion locally as to how to do it.
I think that's the thing, is when neighboring cities were competing or comparing, not competing, comparing, there was a differentiation. And so a lot of, teachers or counselors were.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the way that those comparisons work, like, you can say, well, we got a 4% raise, and they over there, they got a 7% raise. But the difference is nobody's looking at dollar values, because the people that had the 4% raise may have actually started from a higher position than the people that they got a 7% raise. So, you know, these stories are very complex. There's also, like, how are you comparing pay? Is this just average across the board, or did they restructure the pay system so that it's not just based upon how old the teacher is, but instead it might be based in some ways on performance or job assignments? So there's a lot of different ways to do that, and no two school systems in the state have identical compensation systems.
Right. So I'm a chair of the McAllen Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Council, and we had one of the senators recently come in and mention that we have a school district in the valley, an elementary school that has one counselor for 900 students. What is being done for counseling around the state for shortages?
So the state's financial formulas are largely non-prescriptive. We have an accountability system that says we need you to get these kind of results for your kids. Here's your money. Make it happen. So, so the number of counselors in any given district is exclusively a function of how the district's allocating their pie of money. If I want to get to a counseling ratio of like 20 to 1, it's pretty easy to do that. I just have to fire all my other employees. This is it is a challenge, and so the legislature's been debating: do we want to put some bucketed money that can only be spent on counselors to try to drive ratios down? But every time you do that, there's some unintended consequences for that. But these are largely the decisions of local school districts in terms of how they're prioritizing their staffing models.
Okay. And my last question is the SATs. First, I've heard about the SAT, ACT reimbursement. I mean, that's huge.
Yet another thing that's not gotten a lot of ink.
I mean, that's huge as far as the stepping for higher education, because as you know, when you take those exam scores and you do really well, you get letters from universities, you know, trying to recruit you. So I think that's going to be a huge factor as well. And I've always thought, why do we still have like different SAT, ACT? Why don't we have a national standard?
Well, so the SAT, the ACT are sort of run and owned by private companies. They're both nonprofit organizations, and so they just evolved over time. There are even other assessments out there besides that, and of course we're Texas, so we built our own. That's TSIA. That's
Right.
y'all's product.
Right.
I don't know why there's not necessarily one, but both SAT and ACT have been pretty heavily researched, so we kind of know what the outcomes of students are. They're both quite predictive of post-secondary success.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chairman, I'm going to suggest.
Mr. Anwar?
It's my opinion. You can give teachers as much raise as possible. As one thing you need to do is bring the parents along to improve their education. That's very, very important, because some of the parents just don't care what their kids do.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Raven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I had just a couple of questions. It seems that the focus of House Bill 3 is compensating teachers. I'd like to hear your comments on, I support that, but it seems to me that how do you have a great school without a great principal? I can see paying teachers, but that has nothing to do with creating a situation in the schoolhouse where there's somebody in a leadership position that makes sure that everybody is doing their job, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, so I totally agree. The leadership is the most important factor in any human endeavor. So the quality of principal is critical. Teachers don't hire themselves, so the people that are in leadership positions matter a great deal. When you think about it as a school finance question, because this is ultimately a school finance law, the principal problem is a lot cheaper than the teacher problem. We have 370,000 teachers, and we have 8,600 principals. So with $3.4 billion, there's ample money in there to do whatever a district needs to do with its principals from a funding perspective. But the different question is, what are you doing to groom and develop leadership skills and to build strong instructional leaders? Independent of House Bill 3, we as an agency have changed the principal certification process in coordination with the State Board of Educator Certification. So there is now a new principal certification process in Texas. It is very rigorous and very difficult, and in order to get that certification, you actually have to be pretty skilled as an instructional leader. We actually call it not just the principal certification, but the principal as instructional leader certification. So we have, part of our strategic plan is really focused on this question, but it's building systems that create and promote leadership is, I mean, that's what you have to do at scale. And I'd say it's easier said than done, but we got a variety of initiatives focused on that.
My second question is, I guess, you know, when I hear all the different challenges that we have as a state, I invariably revert to my own experience. I grew up in Beaumont, and I think about and I'm a public school educated person, and I think about my own experience, and I felt like I got a very good education at my schools in Beaumont. And the two things that, of course it's been many years ago, but the two things that I remember very distinctly about each of the grade levels, of elementary, middle school, and high school, each of the schools had a very, very strong principal. And there were a lot more male teachers than there are today. What do you think the state needs to do to encourage the recruitment, retention, hiring and retention of male instructors?
It's a great question, one that does not have a short answer, because there's a variety of factors that influence people's career decision. At its core, it comes down to pay and working conditions. So if you're going to attract people to a profession, you got to the compensation structure of the profession is going to be a matter of consideration. Likewise, the working conditions for people. You know, if for some reason they don't think that it's a job that seems engaging, fun, whatever. Then, if they think the job's going to be a beating, then you don't get people into that profession. So we're working broadly on the issue of pay and working conditions. House Bill 3 clearly touches the issue of pay. We have a variety of initiatives as part of our strategic plan focused on working conditions. We also have a specific initiative that we call the Grow Your Own program. So the future of all Texas teachers are sitting in Texas classrooms today. Our high school students today are teachers 6 years from now. So the Grow Your Own program is about fostering and recruiting even while students are in high school. And we're also sensitive to, there's a big demographic mismatch between our teachers and our students. So our students are about 70% students of color, maybe 65% students of color, but our teacher population is probably reversed that. And that is not inconsequential to this exercise at scale. So we're working on that issue as well. For males in particular, it comes down to how we have specifically reached out to males to bring them in, but also how they view the profession. If they view it as a profession for females, that's not necessarily good. That we think is changing, and we think the more that we focus on, again, pay and working conditions, the more that will change. There was a news story recently came out of Dallas about one of the national teachers of the year was an African-American male pre-K teacher in Dallas ISD. That's unfortunately an anomaly, not the norm, but we've got to be thoughtful on how we think about the systems of human capital broadly.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Ms. Wilson?
Well, HB 3 is phenomenal. I mean, from just a 30,000-foot level. And if successful, I can see how that will make our job at higher ed easier because we're going to be delivered students that are a lot better prepared. So what can we do at this level to, I mean, it seems to me that the challenge is how do you educate the school district decision makers on all these options and help them implement them, et cetera, et cetera. So and I assume your agency is tasked by the legislature with tracking who's doing what?
Sometimes, yes. So yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. The sort of change management process involves sort of advertising and then facilitating action planning so that execution quality is high. And this gets back to the leadership dimension. So we are working aggressively to spread the word. I would say that the infrastructure of the Tri-Agency Workforce Commission is the best way for us to collaborate on this. There's clearly some very significant areas of overlap between higher ed and K-12 on the college career military readiness side. You cannot be a P-TECH high school without a firm partnership between the school district and its local higher ed partners, be they four-year institutions or two-year institutions. So ensuring that the community college system and the university systems are willing partners and are creative partners to try to work through the logistical barriers that we encounter when we try to launch these things. That's helpful. I mean, I think the incentive framework for House Bill 3 is about as good as it gets for that. We don't necessarily have a similar incentive framework that I'm aware of on the higher ed side to like push them also down, although we've seen significant growth in like dual credit course awards, which is one of the things that higher ed will need to do for us as we expand this.
So one thing we might do is just look into how can we communicate with the community colleges and universities, the opportunities for them to collaborate, with K through 12, in the military readiness, all these other that would benefit, both. And I don't know if your agency has data or sections of that, like, that you could share with us and then we share it, or if we need to.
We do, and Dr. Keller has basically all the same information I have, because we have a sort of an integrated information system, so he can pull all.
So it seems to me we ought to formulate a strategy to put the word out at the trade school level, the community college level, et cetera, on the benefits of SB 3 and how it might help those colleges.
Yeah, one other area that's worth surfacing is not specifically House Bill 3 related, but it's the sort of pathways work. It's the programs of study. So we've been doing a lot of work at the K-12 side to create aligned vertical programs of study information for our principals and for our students. In front of you, you have a packet of information related to this. And this is an example of some of the resourcing that we've created as we've worked to strengthen the concept of programs of study in K-12 in alignment with higher ed. So this is one example vertical. I think we have 16 broad programs of study, so this is one of the 16, so STEM. And you have a biomedical science pathway, a cybersecurity pathway, engineering pathway, program and software development pathway, and renewable energy pathway. And if you turn the page to biomedical science, what you see in this document is level 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is what freshmen in high school should take, what courses they should take for sophomores, juniors, and seniors to create an aligned, coherent sequence. Then below that to the left, this is what you're leading towards, a medical lab assistant or medical lab technician. These are credentials you can earn while you're in high school. A certificate or license that you would earn, a professional certificate. Then what a vertically aligned associate's degree that you would stack on top of that, what a vertically aligned bachelor's degree that you would stack on that, what a vertically aligned professional degree, doctoral degree that you would stack on that, and then wage data. So biological technicians, median wage is $42,931. There's 452 openings in that industry right now. It's growing by 17%. So this is meant to be a very easy resource for K-12 high schools to just plan which course offerings that they would do. And theoretically, what you want to do is you want to make this available not only to the decision makers in the school district, but also to the kids themselves. And similar resourcing continuing all the way through the higher education experience, I think would significantly reduce the number of like useless credit accumulation that happens, and this is going to be one way to drive the cost of higher ed down, and also just generally improve the system. So this is something that we collaborate on closely with the coordinating board, Commissioner Keller, on to ensure that this kind of vertically aligned resourcing is available at the higher ed side just as easily it is at the K-12 side.
I don't understand why your expanded school year is limited to elementary school only.
I didn't pass the bill, just to be clear. I'm a state employee, but I would believe that money had something to do with
Right,
that.
I understand that. It seems to me, though, it creates a pretty impractical calendar.
I think for people who are concerned about implementation, that's one of the implementation barriers they have. All of these implementation barriers have solutions, but it's going to require creativity and a lot of communication.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Yeah, Dr. Frias.
Yeah, I just wanted, Commissioner Morath, I just wanted to commend you for getting out in the state. I've seen you over the state, and I know the Valley and the rest of the state you covered about getting this information out. So I think you do a great job of that, and also public forums like the Texas Tribune. And I think getting this information out is so key to our citizens of our state. So thank you for doing that. I also know that Commissioner Keller, our new commissioner, has been out and about also visiting with institutions, community colleges, and all stakeholders in the state. He started an aggressive schedule and is continuing that. And he will also be doing a public forum for Texas Tribune coming up this coming month. So thank you with the collaboration with the coordinating board, with our new commissioner. We go hand in hand with pre-K on 12, and also the dual credits and all the programs you just talked about. It's amazing how many opportunities our kids have to be able to jump into position for higher ed. So thank you for the work that you do.
Absolutely, thank you.
I know the commissioner wants to say a couple of things, but I've got a technical question, and I think it's at the nexus of higher ed and K through 12. You said that 1,100 SAT, 24 ACT gives a student a greater than 75% chance of earning a C or better.
In their freshman level courses, yes.
Right. And yet you have this college, what the question is college, career, military readiness. It is a minimum level on the TSI test and enrolled in college.
That's
and
right.
then you get the incentive. So compare the TSI minimum to that 1,100 SAT.
I
just
think the
college
TSI
level.
minimum, you might know this better than me, but I think the TSI minimum is a 1010, not 1110, and I think the TSI minimum is a 21, not a 24, although I might be off on that. So they're just lower.
But that means, and so Commissioner, maybe you can speak to that. I mean, how college ready would that minimum requirement be?
So there's always been an ongoing negotiation both between the K-12 and the higher ed side on sort of where you'd set those minimums for college readiness. I think the point that Mike is gesturing at is really important, though, that historically that the way that those conversations have gone, there's always sort of a pressure to set the standard maybe a little bit lower. By focusing in on sort of the SAT and ACT standard and looking at sort of a longer time horizon, that resets some of that conversation so that the pressure is more about thinking about how we would focus on a standard that's been validated in terms of students' performance in college courses. So I think that's an important, subtle, but really important shift in the kind of conversation that we're having.
Well, one thing I would add is that it's important to remember that the sort of research base out of the SAT, ACT of this predictive performance is actually slightly different than the purpose of TSI, that cut point. Because that purpose is, if you're below this, you're required to take remedial education classes. Like you're denied access to essentially credit-bearing coursework. And so it may actually make rational sense for it to be a slightly different and lower threshold than the predictive threshold that SAT and ACT have published.
Thanks. Did you want to make some comments?
Just a couple of comments, and some of it just to emphasize some of the points in Commissioner Morath's presentation. So first, clearly HB 3 is ambitious, sweeping public school finance and reform bill, and I'd highlight that if you look over the last decades of public school finance reform, one of the things that makes HB 3 stand out is it wasn't driven by a court mandate. So it was really driven by state leadership and by the key legislators, stakeholders, the agency coming together. So that itself is really extraordinary and inspiring, and we have not seen that certainly in the last half century.
Yeah, I don't think since Gilmer-Akins. I'm not sure when the last time we had.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think that's right. And so there's several specific elements. This new focus on college, career, and military readiness, the SAT and ACT, all the students taking the FAFSA that's going to be extraordinary. For more students being able to see college as something that's accessible for them. We haven't had that before. Also, this is remarkable, unprecedented, and also sophisticated focus on equity. So the idea that you have a formula that is going to be sensitive to concentrations of poverty really does put Texas on the forefront of these issues nationally. And so I'd say the scope and the ambition of House Bill 3 are important for background as we think about the pipeline, but also if we look going forward. And I think it should inspire us in terms of the potential for reform and for higher education finance. So our current higher education finance formulas are entirely insensitive to student needs and individual student needs, especially in terms of students who come from disadvantaged backgrounds. So we have the same policymakers who were deeply involved in this this conversation right on the frontier of public school finance, graduate level conversations, are now saying this next session they want to focus on higher education policy. There's a real opportunity for us to start moving our higher education finance and policy conversations in a similar direction to open up opportunities for more students and be able to better address individual students' needs in the context of our finance formulas. Finally, I just wanted to say thank you to Mike publicly. So he and his team have been absolutely terrific in assistance in the transition. There's a lot of excitement with me and with the leadership team, and already great conversations that are happening in terms of deepening our partnerships on data, on workforce education, these conversations on pathways and getting those pathways to align not just to high school diplomas, but through post-secondary education into the workforce. And so formally, through the Tri-Agency Initiative, I'm excited about the potential ahead. I'm also deeply appreciative on a personal level to Mike. We've had a lot of sort of late-night phone calls and texts after the kids have gone to bed, and I appreciate the partnership.
Yeah, it's very exciting. The degree of operational integration is just accelerating, and all the best laid policies die if they're not implemented well. They're meaningless. Leadership matters, and we're trying to be tenaciously focused on execution quality on an integrated basis, from 3-year-olds coming into pre-K to 30-year-olds taking graduate courses in our universities.
Well, one thing, just a comment about our board. We had these major policy discussions, and we tend to have one, and then 2 years later we might revisit it. What I would like to do is a board structure. We've kind of changed our committee time, our board meeting times, where I think we can do this, devote more time to major policy discussions, but then not forget about it, have like a standing list. So I would hope maybe, I don't know, a year from now, you'll come back and we'll continue to have this thing, because I think it's really, we're joined at the hip, and it's integral. What you're doing is integral to what, we're trying to do.
I'm grateful for the invitation.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming. I very, very much appreciate it. We will now recess for lunch. The time is 12:03, and let's meet back here at 12:33 sharp. Stand adjourned.
I'm taking my gum.
Let's see. We're now back in session at 12:32. That was very well done, to all board members. Anyway, next on the agenda, and the final section on our agenda, is matters relating to Agency Operations Committee chaired by Ricky Raven. Ricky?
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. During the Agency Operations Committee meeting yesterday, the committee members approved the following items. Minutes from the October 23rd, 2019 Agenda Operations Committee meeting, 4-year review of coordinating board rules, adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to approval of a request by the University of North Texas to establish a branch campus in Frisco, Texas, adopting the state recommendation to issue a request for proposal for the selection of a financial advisor as well as for bond counsel, and approval to enter into a 5-year lease agreement to secure the current agency location with 1200 Anderson Partners with an early termination clause option. The committee also heard a brief report on the following items which did not require any actions. Grant contracts, including those exceeding $1 million, a review of the fiscal year 2020 financial report, an update of internal audit reports and activities, and an update on compliance monitoring reports and activities. The committee also met in closed session to discuss the agency legacy modernization project. Item 10B, the next item is item 10B, public testimony on the agenda items relating to the Agency Operations Committee. We have one individual listed for public testimony today in support of agency item 10D, which is the consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the approval of a request from the University of North Texas to create a branch in Frisco, Texas. We will hear public testimony following the staff presentation of this item. Dr. Silverman.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Raven. This agenda item would typically be considered by the Committee on Academic Workforce and Success. And for those of you who were here yesterday, you will hear me repeat the same comments that I did, so I apologize for that up front. However, in order to ensure that the institution can submit its required materials to its regional accreditor, the Southern Association of Colleges and School Commission on Colleges, or called what we call SAC-COC, and proceed in securing the donated land, the institution requested the item be considered at the January board meeting. Staff did not have the necessary materials in time for the December 13th cause meeting, but did have all the materials ready to bring the item forward for consideration at the AOC and today at the January board meeting. The request from the University of North Texas is to establish a branch campus in Frisco, and it is the first such request to be considered by the board since 2007. A branch campus is an off-campus educational unit defined in board rule as a major secondary location of an institution offering multiple programs, typically with its own administrative structure and usually headed by a dean. Unlike a teaching site, a branch campus must either be established by the legislature or approved by the coordinating board. UNT currently offers many of its undergraduate and graduate level degree programs at its 2 established teaching sites in Frisco, UNT at Frisco Hall Park and UNT at Frisco Inspire Park. The new location will allow the institution to eventually transfer the programs from its current locations into a new, more permanent structure on the branch campus. Staff reviewed the materials UNT submitted and found that based on several factors, but particularly the increase in student enrollment, there is a need for the branch campus. Staff found that it would not adversely duplicate programs offered by other institutions within an hour's drive time of the proposed center. The proposed branch campus would provide access to students who might not otherwise enroll in upper division and graduate courses. Staff confirmed that the institution has adequate faculty resources resources in place, and overall, the branch campus could provide students access to high-quality teaching and learning and would provide students with additional student support services. The committee's recommendation is for approval, and there are institutional representatives available to address the members' questions.
This typically would fall under academic workforce and success. Thus, I will hand over the gavel to Dr. Farias, who's the chair of that committee. Dr. Farias.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. As we know, this is adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the approval of the request from the University of North Texas to establish a branch campus in Frisco, Texas. As Dr. Silverman has already laid out the proposal, are there any questions? We also have one person to testify. That'll be next, which is the public testimony. Mr. Ron Patterson, could you please come forward? Mr. Patterson will be testifying on this particular agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Patterson, for being here. And you could please state your name and also who you represent.
Yes, sir. My name is Ron Patterson. I'm the president of the Frisco Economic Development Corporation, but I'm here also representing the city of Frisco. The mayor of Frisco sends his greetings to you, as well as the Frisco Community Development Corporation as well.
Thank you. And now I would like to also invite institutional representatives that are here from University of North Texas. Is President Neal here? Okay. Yes. I'm sorry? Oh, yes. We'll hear the testimony first, and then I'll call forward representatives from North Texas. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Chairman, board members, and Commissioner, just really want to say thank you for allowing me to be here to speak in favor of this item today. All of the entities that I'm representing before you today want you to know that when we invited the University of North Texas to become one of our community partners, our experience in working with them has been nothing short of amazing over this time. I'd like to just give you one example of that. In working with major corporations on a daily basis, the Economic Development Corporation has a deep understanding of what these companies require to relocate into Texas. One of the leading requirements is not just workforce availability, but a robust workforce pipeline. The UNT staff have come alongside us to work directly with companies building programs that have led to targeted curricula which utilizes innovative education delivery means and methods. These programs will deliver job-ready graduates in a shorter time frame with specific education and experience our companies are requiring. Additionally, this coordination has already occurred between UNT and our Frisco Independent School District Career and Technology Education Center, which has created a seamless transition from a targeted dual enrollment program into a collegiate program which will place these students into that workforce pipeline. We believe that the development of a branch campus within the city of Frisco will only enhance our relationship and is vital to the long-term health of our city and the North Texas region. We also believe in this branch campus versus an independent campus will allow us to simply continue to build the relationship that we've already started with UNT. The city and its subsidiary entities that I've described to you a little while ago have purchased 100 acres that we are willing to donate to the University of North Texas to be able to build this campus. We believe in this program that strongly. We also want to let you know that we've been actively involved in the master planning. Our mayor, one of our council members, myself, as well as the school district have been involved in the design and layout of that master plan. And we've been very fortunate and actually honored to be able to participate in that process. This project will benefit the high school student headed to college, the community college transfer student, and it will also benefit the mid-career student who requires a graduate degree or a professional certification. And it will benefit our companies. It is our desire that you know firsthand that our relationship goes far beyond the brick and mortar that will be built as part of this project. But instead, we see UNT as our partner, and we are integrating them into our community, and they are also taking us in as well. We respectfully request that you approve the UNT branch campus, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Patterson?
That's great that that you're dedicating 100 acres, because where it looks like a lot of land now, at some point, you'd be glad that they have it to expand on. What's the source of the funding of the facilities on this branch campus, the initial buildings?
I would have to let the university answer that question.
Yeah, that's a good question for the university representatives.
Right.
Yeah. He's representing the Economic Development Corporation, correct?
Yes, sir.
So,
We are providing the grant of the property.
Right, so that's his testimony in favor for
All right.
the proposal. So he may not know all the details of that you asked, but
Got it.
the next group will. Any other questions for Mr. Patterson? Okay, well, thank you for being here. Thank you for your community. It is growing. I studied the proposal, and you guys are doing great work up there. I have several friends that live up there, and so continued good work. Thank you for the donation for higher education in our state.
Yes, sir. Well, we very much believe in it. This partnership will take us both a long ways.
And thank you for sitting through the whole meeting. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, sir. We just wanted to make sure you knew we were sincere in our support.
We appreciate that. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Now I will invite the representatives from North Texas. You said the President Neil Simatris is not available today? Okay, then Dr. Jennifer Cowley is. Provost, thank you, welcome again. Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs, Mr. Bob Brown, thank you again for being here. Senior Vice President of Finance and Administration, and Ms. Elizabeth Voigt, Assistant Vice Provost for Accreditation Institutional Effectiveness. And thank you for being available to our staff and to the board members who've reached out for information in more detail. We appreciate that. Dr. Cowley, would you like to begin with some comments?
Sure. So we are the University of North Texas. We have a principal mission to serve the educational needs of our North Texas region. Back in 2010, we recognized the high growth rate of Collin County and the need to expand educational offerings. We partnered with Collin College and began offering coursework and later degree programs at the Collin Higher Education Center. It's located in McKinney, Texas. In 2016, we recognized we really needed to expand into Frisco itself. We opened a off-site teaching site, which we began offering degree programs in. We have seen significant expansion of enrollment in just those few short years. In 2018, we entered into a partnership with the City of Frisco, which you just heard about. That included the gift of a partnership for a building. We added a second site in Frisco that we have been expanding our programming at, and that has led us to the point that we're now ready to begin a branch campus with the gift of the 100 acres of land. We've completed the master planning process. We're in the design of the first building, and we anticipate being able to offer classes on the new campus by 2023. As Ron Patterson mentioned, we have an extraordinary partnership with the City of Frisco, with the Economic Development Corporation, and the community partners. And as just one example, the Dallas Cowboys came to us and said, we want to help you build the best program in sports and entertainment management in the country. And we've done that together, and they believe so strongly in this program that they're prepared to have their employees start in the program, in a master's program with us as soon as we have our final approvals from THCCB and everybody else. But it's just one example of the community partnership to match the industry expectations. Frisco is Sports City USA. There's a huge cluster of sports and entertainment companies, and we're seeking to meet the needs of those employers in the region. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have for myself or our team.
Can I go ahead and answer the first question that was asked earlier?
Yes, so Mr. Wilson's question.
The Board of Regents authorized $115 million in local debt for the first phase of the campus. The first phase would be a building with gross square footage of about 133,000 gross square feet. Would also include the necessary roads, parking lots, and civil work to create the campus on the greenfield site that's being donated by the city. So the university system itself will be footing the bill for that project.
Ms. Voigt, would you like to say a few words?
I am here merely to answer or respond to any questions or comments in the application. Thank you.
Great, thank you all for being here. Members, is there any question or discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion? So moved. Moved by Mr. Raven. Second? Second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, at this time, I will now hand the meeting back to Mr. Raven.
Thank you, Dr. Ferreras. The final item under the agency operations is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board for approval to enter into a 5-year lease agreement to secure the current agency location with the 1200 Anderson Partners with an early termination clause option. Mr. Ken Martin, Assistant Commissioner for Financial Services and Chief Financial Officer, will present this item to the committee and be available for questions. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item, I'll be brief. Mr. Wilson and Ms. Williams, you didn't hear the presentation yesterday during the AOC. I'll provide a shorter version. I always have the dubious task of being last on this one. So for time purposes, I'll just go over our current lease situation. We have a 10-year lease on the existing building. This is a lease building. That lease is due to expire here in June, the end of June of this year. And what we are proposing is a 5-year extension with an early termination clause when we give advance notice. The reason being is Texas Facilities Commission has recently approved the agency for assignment to the George H.W. Bush building downtown as part of the continued build-out, the state's master plan for the Capitol complex. That building is due to be completed May of 2022. So this would provide a stopgap, if you will, between the expiration of this current lease and whatever time we would be available to move into the future building. So this lease here is just an extension of the current lease. There is no additional cost for the early termination clause, and Facilities Commission negotiates the lease with our lessor. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Wilson?
Is it extended at the same rate you're currently paying, or?
It is, the rate we pay today, there is a CPI index each year for it as it goes up. So from where we were to where we would go to would be approximately $150,000. We did request last legislative session an increase in our general revenue, which was approved for that purpose. And what I mentioned to the board yesterday was there will be additional costs for this, obviously move, some build-out, some cabling, IT infrastructure that we may need, including signage. Once we get assignment to the floor, Facilities Commission will perform the build-out of offices, cubicles, but we'll have to do everything that's esoteric, unique to the agency. And so we'll probably request.
So it's an extension at the same rate with the CPI adjustment formulas that you already have?
That is correct for this 5-year term.
And it's 5 years, but and there's no cost to terminate?
There is no cost to terminate.
Is that correct? You just give 6 months' notice, and that, I mean, that's great flexibility because the May 22 may be June 22, or?
That is correct. And the 5-year lease was the minimum that's required by our lessor, as I mentioned yesterday. But the early termination clause gives us exactly that. It gives us the flexibility that if it's June, if it's September, it allows us to work with Facilities Commission. The May 22 date is the completion of the building. What we don't know is when our assignment to whatever floor it's going to be, our move-in date will be. Our move-in date, that's completion of the building, the exoskeleton, probably offices, other items, but again, we will then need to go in and perform IT cabling and other special items that will be specific to us in this agency, get that completed, and then schedule the move-in date. And that very well could be.
Yeah, so that could extend it as much as 6 months or a year.
Yes, sir. Hopefully not that long, but I could see it being a couple more months.
So in the meantime, are you budgeting, or is there any say for the next 2 to 3 years, any need for refurbishment here, or you talked about cubicles and stuff. I mean, have you budgeted for that, so you're not just living with whatever might be falling in or not at this point?
Well, obviously, our current lease provides for the lessor to, improve what's already here. We do not plan on making any additional improvements since we'd only be here for about 2.5 more years. Really being in that building, since they're providing most of the cubicle and office space, we'll just need to provide chairs for cubicles, obviously the PCs, and then offices, all the office.
You're talking about the new building.
In the new building.
But in the current building, I'm just asking the question, is there any any need, any technology or other things, you don't want to just put your life on hold for 3 years while you're waiting for the new world order. So you might just think about something that's maybe transportable or just that would help innovate now in the current.
Any other questions for Mr. Martin? Do I have a motion to enter into a 5-year lease agreement to secure the current agency location with 1200 Anderson Partners with an early termination clause option? Motion made by Mr. Anwar, second. Second by Dr. Farias. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing and seeing no opposition, the motion passes. Just for completion of the committee's report, agenda items 10C through 1 through 19 were on the consent calendar. I think that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman. I will tell the committee about my elementary and middle high school football exploits at the next meeting. All right?
Actually, you've told us a couple of times, which I thought is very important, about, I mean, seriously, about your mentors in particularly middle school and how important that is. I mean, I think that was a great question you asked of Mr. Morath. So maybe at some other time you can talk about your athletic experience. Okay, so before we conclude the meeting, I'm going to give Mary Mitchell a responsibility. Okay, so make sure you get out the new meeting dates to everybody. And a note to say, okay, cancel the one, because it'd be awkward and inefficient if you showed up here in March. If you had that on your calendar, and now we're not going to meet in March, so you just need to know we're going to meet in April.
I took a picture of it.
Perfect. Okay. So anyway, but let's multiple redundancies here so we'll get the new schedule done. And if you could also contact Neil Adams and arrange however that's communicated to the trustees that meeting will be Tuesday before the committee meetings at 2 o'clock. Great. That concludes our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wilson, second by Mr. Raven. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Well, I got a 1:30 conference.